Everyone here? Good afternoon, everybody. It's June 1st, 2020, and the time is 1:01 p.m. We're gathered for our Monday workshop. And we have our agenda review for tomorrow's meeting, our operational budget workshop scheduled for 90 minutes, and a discussion regarding the Estero schools for 30 minutes. So then at this time, we will begin with the agenda review, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Atkins. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll just start with the first question. The first is D2, approval of the bid for branding. The question is 175,000 services district-wide. I think Dr. Desimores is going to respond.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Desimore. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Atkins, members of the board. Hope everyone is well. Yeah, so the question was whether these expenses were district-wide, and the answer to that would be yes, that these are the estimated expenditures of the year that would fall under this particular ITN. Now, as you see in the agenda item, it does say that expenditures will only happen with the approval of whatever is in everyone's individual budget. So this is an estimate at this time. When we go through our budget process, it could be that we have less dollars out there than that for this particular type of service. And in that case, it would only be expended up to what was out there for the actual budgets. I can list some, different types of expenditures that would fall under this. Items related to recruitment, some items in food and nutrition services, new marketing materials for Gateway High School, and activities that will take place in communication. So that's just an overview of some of the types of services that take place under this particular ITN. You're on mute, Ms. Fisher.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Board members, any other questions for Dr. Desimore? Ms. Gittens.
Yes, I talked about this briefly before, but I do have a question, especially with our budget situation that it is right now. Is this something that is a must have? Or is it something that can be either lessened or whatever? Because the 175 is for the services of the company, correct? That's the contract.
Correct. The 175 is what estimated expenditures on that particular contract for those services would be based on things that have happened in previous years. But as we kind of discussed, the budget hasn't been finalized for next fiscal year yet. So it could be that whatever line items we put out there for the budget for next year could be less, substantially less than the 175 that's here. And if that's the case, as the agenda item says, that the expenditures under this category would only come up to the amount that would be allocated within the budget, which could be less than this 175 you see here.
So we still have to, or you have to still allocate, once we get our budget, how much can go to that? Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying, yes. Yes.
Right.
At this point, because of the timing of the renewal of the ITN, that estimate of the expenditures is here in front of you now. However, when the budget is finalized, it could very well be that amounts in the budget are less than what you see here, less than the 175.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the question that you asked is well taken, which is the process that we're going through now, what is it that's completely necessary, what is our budget situation going to be, and what is it that we have to reduce out. Some of that could be, allocations that might have gone to these types of services.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Desamore.
All right, Madam Chair, next question is off of E, the consent for academic services approval of the Florida Diagnostic and Learning Resources System Island Coast Associate Center. And the question was, just a request for an explanation as to the $41,874 in indirect costs. And that would be Dr. Desamore again.
Hello all again. All right, so the question related to indirect costs, I believe the question was just please explain what that is. And the indirect costs are the amounts that are charged by the district to various grants in order to cover administrative costs of the grant incurred by the district. The indirect cost rate is approved by the Department of Education each year, and that indirect cost rate gets charged to most grants that we have throughout the district.
Ms. Gittens? Yeah.
Yes?
Yes. So does that answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next question, again, this is G, approval of personnel recommendations. The question is internal auditor position, finalist qualifications, and the explanation behind the recommendation. Again, that would be Dr. Desamore.
I'm just going to stay up here for a little bit. All right, so the question was about the internal auditor position and the qualifications. So Mr. Fornicker, Eugene Fornicker, is the candidate for approval, and he is a certified public accountant, holds a master's degree with an emphasis in managerial economics. Mr. Fornicker spent 19 years as a school finance auditor with the state of Wisconsin, the Department of Public Instruction. And before that, he worked as a CPA at a private accounting firm conducting forensic audits in addition to audits of governmental agencies. He brings a level of specific experience and knowledge that will be beneficial to the internal audit staff and the district in working with all staff, including the board auditors, to create and implement an overall risk mitigation strategy to protect our district assets. So that is why he is our recommendation moving forward to you today, for tomorrow's action.
Thank you. So I had requested that the resumes of both the finalists be shared with the board, and I believe that they were. And so some of my concerns are based on some historical information. So when someone has a long history in one place, and I noticed that in 30 years, Mr. Fornicker did have 2 jobs on the state of Wisconsin. And I know that in Florida, our laws regarding finance are specific and unique. And so I was wondering, about someone with those qualifications being able to step in and immediately do the job. Or would there not be a significant learning curve? And then how would that be addressed?
So yes, thank you for the question. Yes, I mean, there would be a learning curve, I think, for, anyone stepping into the position, but yes, he will have a learning curve given that much of his experience is in, the state of Wisconsin. The state of Florida does have our own unique and individual laws, which I and other staff that work with him will go through, a training process, and it'll just take some time and experience on on his end in order to come to an understanding of those. But many of the foundations of audits in terms of the principles of those, in terms of risk mitigation and segregation of duties and all the things that we want to look at in order to mitigate risk for our financial areas around the district, many of those are common across, you know, all types of governmental agencies, and then it's the matter of applying particular rules and regulations that apply to us to those foundations and principles. So given his depth of experience, I don't have doubt that Mr. Forniker will be able to come in and hit the ground running in terms of understanding how those principles relate to individual laws and rules and regulations here in Florida.
And so then in reviewing both of the resumes, I noticed that the other candidate has global experience within the district, is sort of a grow your own candidate, and that he, of course, has retired after 30 some odd years in the job. So we're looking at him taking us into the future as we stand on the precipice of many budget changes and challenges, or, you know, or could perhaps another candidate with some basic foundational knowledge in this district and in the state of Florida, who is, you know, in the midst of a career, perhaps take us a little further.
Yes, thank you for that. I understand the question that you're asking. We did have, we were fortunate enough to have two very strong candidates that rose to the top as the top two candidates. We have no knowledge of what any candidate might do tomorrow or the next day or the next year. But what we thought our job was to really analyze the resumes, the experience, and the information that we had in front of us on both candidates, and come with a recommendation for who we thought would be the best fit. In terms of this individual position, as we talked about, you know, Mr. Forniker comes with a depth and a breadth of knowledge related to specific audit type functions that we thought would be beneficial to the district in
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I actually had the opposite reaction. I was very, very pleased to see that we had a candidate that's strong with the CPA certification, which I feel is a must. I really think for somebody who's an internal auditor, and I'm all for growing your own. But I think in this case, looking at the two resumes, that Mr. Say his name again. Mr. Forniker. I had to be really careful with saying that name. Anyway, that he really was outstanding with his depth of knowledge. So I'm actually pleased to see that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Dr. Desamore.
All right, the next is G4, approval of the scholarship agreement with Florida Gulf Coast University. Question is, are we paying money received 615 to FGCU? Where is it shown in the budget? I have asked before and still want to know why we do not consider zero-based budgeting. Dr. Desamores.
Dr. Desamore, you indeed are our guest of honor this afternoon.
I see that. All right. So, yeah, so two questions. First of all, where is is the Grow Your Own program reflected in the budget. So that that is in a special project, project number 9075 in the general fund special projects fund. So that is where you'll find that particular project within our budget. And then the other question, which I believe, unless there's a different context to this, is something completely different. It's not related to this particular Grow Your Own project, but just a separate question about why don't we consider zero-based budgeting? That's just a separate standalone on its own question, if I understand the context. And just to give a little background, we have considered and discussed zero-based budgeting. And what really we have now is a hybrid of several different systems, some of that zero-based, some averaging, and some set formulas that we use to allocate budget across the entire district for different circumstances, schools, departments, and other. So because there are some areas where certain positions and services are mandated, zero-based budgeting wouldn't necessarily be the best fit for those particular circumstances. However, within some other scenarios like department allocations, we do use a type of zero-based budget when it comes to certain things in that budgeting process. Additions to the budget and new projects, all of those must be requested individually, and those instances must be specifically approved or denied. So there's various parts and pieces to how the budget comes together and various type of methodologies that we use for each of those different areas.
Ms. Giddens?
Yes, I had a question on G1 and it was skipped.
I know that there was a question that I believe came from Ms. Fisher that I did skip over. That was recent administrative transfers rationale.
No, I had a question about staffing and.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We will get to those. We just felt they really were not pertinent to that particular agenda item as it stood, but it was more of a response to next year. So they are at, I believe, the end of what I have here in terms of my list of questions.
Okay, thank you. So on the G4 then, Dr. Desmore, basically my question was the bill, the 4615, gives us the money to pay for this Grow Your Own program, correct? Is that what we were on?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we pay it to FGCU, is that correct?
Well, that is what this agenda item is proposing, is that we would be the dollars that we have remaining within this particular project, that they would be given over to FGCU for FGCU basically to administer the scholarship applications and the award of the scholarships to eligible students.
I think where I was confused is when it said leftover. Maybe I'm looking at it too simplistically, that the legislators give us this amount of money in order to do the Grow Your Own.
Correct. Yes. Hold on. I have Dr. Pruitt here who is going to give some additional details related to the Grow Your Own programs.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. The reason that it's done that way is because the dates of when the funds have to be paid out, if we held on to the funds, then they would have to be paid out to the students in a lump sum. By transferring the money to FGCU, it gives us the flexibility for them to space out and not provide a lump sum payment to the students, but rather it's done like other scholarships. So it has to do with when the state requires funding to be paid out by. So that's the reason it's done that way. And if we hold on to the funds, we'd have to give it all to the students in one lump sum.
Well, I know with some scholarships, they are paid directly to the school. So I guess that's where I was confused. Why then wouldn't if FGCU is our school of choice for Grow Your Own, why wouldn't the funds go directly to them as the school?
Well, I mean, it comes to us because we're the one that had the legislation written. We grow your own, so the money is granted to us, and then we send it to the universities.
Okay, and the question though is the part about what's left over. I don't, that's the part I didn't understand. That when you say leftover, I mean, I guess I'm looking at it, legislature gives the money to us because it was our grant, and we pay it to FGCU.
So they give it to us one time, and we would have to expend it and give all the money out before the end of the year, unless we gave it to the universities to then be the ones that do the administration of the funds.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Dr. Atkins, moving right along, thank you.
Okay, let me move back to the one I did skip. Again, there was a question regarding recent administrative transfers and rationale behind them. And I think I believe Dr. Pruitt's going to respond to that one.
Yes, I was just, tell me more information on which changes. Happy to answer, just want to make sure I'm answering the right question.
Okay, so at one point, I somehow had a message that we were not going to be making administrative changes except in the cases of the retirements. And so I didn't know, it seemed like all of a sudden there were several transfers and changes
So
during this particular time.
yes, so the retirements and then somebody moving out of the area, those created the initial openings. What happens is those initial openings are offered to sitting principals first. Those sitting principals are vetted against the feedback that we receive from the staff and from the community, the family members that the surveys go out to. And then that is reviewed, and then we have the discussion with the chiefs and with Dr. Atkins relative to if one of the sitting principals that is interested is a match for that school. And if it is, then we allow that principal to make that transfer. Then that in turn creates even more openings, and it's kind of a domino effect relative to that. And so in several of the cases, we have sitting principals who are interested in the openings that have occurred due to these retirements.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thanks, Dr. Pruitt.
Thank you.
All right, the next one is an operations item, I-5, approval to piggyback with Suwannee County School District. That would be Dr. Savage.
Good afternoon. The question was specific, where will these modulars be placed and why? Just want to clarify, the specific piggyback and the budget amount is not intended for additional portable deployment. Rather, it is a continuation of a budgeted amount to support the following leased portable buildings. Harns Marsh Middle has 6 classrooms. Lehigh Middle has 2 classrooms. Lehigh Senior has 4 classrooms. Lehigh Senior High has a restroom. Oak Hammock Middle, 4 classrooms. Riverdale High School, a restroom. River Hall, 2 classrooms. 3 Oaks Elementary, 7 classrooms. And Varsity Lakes, 4 classrooms. So that's the specific breakdown that is part of this expenditure, this estimated expenditure. And again, the district always has the ability to cancel this if we deem it's in our best interest. So just to clarify that particular piece, not additional deployment.
Ms. Gittens.
So, are these the ones that are on this list? I know you had told me in a meeting before that there are certain ones that count towards our count with DOE, and there are others, if they're temporary, they don't count. Do these temporary count?
Great memory, Ms. Gibbs. It's least portable, right, relative to our permanent capacity. And yes, these are leased. So they are the good kind, in my view. The good kind because they are leased, they are not permanent. Thusly, we do not have to hold them until their useful life expires. They are leased. So yes, this falls into the category that I prefer greatly.
Right. And then they don't count towards if we... Okay. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gibbs, just for the benefit of the board, just to make sure we're clarifying that conversation, just because I know we had separately, but the question that Ms. Gibbs is specifically referring to has to do with how sometimes we have quite a few portables out and about before we can prove to the state that we have a documented need to build a new school. And so the concern is, well, of course you need a new school because you have all these portables. But the challenge is when you own the portables and when they exceed a certain year threshold, then all of a sudden they become part of your permanent capacity. And so in effect, it both simultaneously proves your need, but also inhibits your ability to then purchase. So the leased portables, contrarily, give you the opportunity to demonstrate that need without being permanently tethered to your permanent capacity. So it's a really unique situation, but one that I appreciate you spending that much time thinking about because it really is a very pertinent issue for our organization. Thank you for allowing me to clarify that.
Yeah, I knew we'd have an opportunity to share that with everyone because I thought that was a fascinating fact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is M1, public hearing approval of adoption 1.27, non-discrimination. Do current collective bargaining agreements contain statements on non-discrimination similar to the board statement? And the second is prohibiting retaliation against an individual who makes a discrimination charge. Under what policy or protocol would this be enforced? And I'm sorry, I do not.
I'll answer the first one. And that is actually the language in the collective bargaining agreements are stronger than those, the non-discrimination that's in the policy. We've added additional language. That's part of what we have bargained. So the contract language is actually stronger. And then I'll defer to Brian on the second part.
Good morning, or good afternoon, everyone. And as Angela said, actually Article 2 in both the SPALC and TAL contracts provide the non-discrimination language in reference to it. We're currently in bargaining, or we at least tried to start bargaining right before this COVID issue came up. And so I know one of the things that we'll be doing and is on our list of things to discuss is the new policy that was being brought forth before the board, including non-discrimination. As a follow-up to the second part of the question in terms of retaliation, typically that's cited in, and I don't have the policy right in front of me, our discrimination and harassment policy, which, again, that policy as well as our bullying and harassment policy, which is specifically related to our students, are all coming before the board, I believe, in June. We're revising all of these. The first that we had to revise was the non-discrimination so that we could get the various groups accurate in terms of what we wanted to accomplish with that policy. And then the second component was to bring those other policies so that they were consistent with the non-discrimination policy. So both the collective bargaining agreement as well as those discrimination, harassment, and bullying policies will all be revised to be consistent with this non-discrimination.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Vaughn? Yes, thanks. These were my questions. So the first thing on the first part, Mr. Williams, is this the fact that the policy that's put in front of the board has stronger language than the current negotiated agreements? Is that not problematical for SPALC and TALC?
Is that not? again, the language is pretty consistent. It's, I think that, as Dr. Pruitt mentioned, our policies as it relates to non-discrimination are pretty strong in both the collective bargaining agreement. I think that what we did is we expanded and clarified what groups were protected based on state and federal law. So I think you have, for example, the anti-Semitism, which was pursuant to an order by the president, as well as modification in state statute by Governor DeSantis. Those were things that were incorporated just to, again, policy changes be consistent with state and federal law as it relates to those protected groups. So it applies, and I don't see an issue, and I haven't heard of an issue being raised as it relates to those, because it provides more protection to the employees.
Okay, but just to clarify the reason for my question. So then in policy, it says that it's, I don't have the whole policy in front of me, but that the language in the negotiated agreements are similar to the board statement in lines 7 through 20. So as far as this policy goes, this wouldn't clash in any way. They're similar enough. Is that what you're saying?
They're similar, but we're also going to be modifying that with the with the labor unions as it relates to that provision. This information again was shared, and so because it provides more protection, we vetted it through various groups before we brought it to the board, and we workshopped it I think a couple of times. I think this is the second time we've actually attempted to bring it. Again, this happened prior to our COVID situation, but it is consistent. I think the language we've had historically has been strong. I don't think it has had weak language as it relates to non-discrimination. I just think that our intent was to again be consistent with federal and state changes, just provide clarification as it relates to specific protected groups. I think we expanded upon the gender identity and expression, but to name a few, and the anti-Semitism was another.
Okay, well, I'm always in favor of stronger anti-discrimination, but on the other hand, I'm very sensitive to what we run past our unions and what their opinions are in terms of our emerging policies. So I wanted to be sure that we were in strict compliance and that we had run this by the union. And then the other part, could you repeat, please, where, because I think this certainly bears repeating, because the retaliation thing is quite frankly a reason why we don't have as many people as I think would speak up if they weren't afraid of retaliation, which is why I'm so strongly in favor of the anonymity of the hotline that we're working out. So where is the strongest? What is the strongest policy that would also echo lines 29 through 32 that prohibits retaliation?
And again, that would be in our discrimination and harassment policy, which will be consistent with that non-discrimination policy. We brought the first step was the non-discrimination policy. We will be bringing, and again, I believe I asked about this last week, so I believe we're bringing it this month with the discrimination and harassment as well as the bullying policy. And the policy as it relates to retaliation will be consistent in that policy, so that I think the district, the superintendent share your opinions about making sure that retaliation is addressed and protected, and that employees feel safe in coming to the district with complaints. We have some strategies also set up that I think you'll hear about at the time that we workshop those policies as it relates to getting more information out there relative to the policies that are the processes and policies that are available, the resources that are available to our employees. We've already are working on updating our civil rights website, which will also set up a page on our intranet We'll be doing some trainings as well, just to, again, make sure that our employees are aware of these new policy changes, for one, and that they're aware of where the resources are to address these types of complaints and who to go to, because that has changed. We've changed it in the last year, so.
Okay, just to finish out why I'm asking these questions is, quite frankly, I would prefer that this particular policy was postponed until we had the policy that you just referred to that would actually put teeth into this the retaliation. I think that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's kind of like cart before the horse. We're saying that we're prohibiting retaliation, and yet you're telling me that the strongest policy has not yet been, is still in the drafting stage and hasn't come to the board. So I see this as backward, and I would really prefer that, as we've done with some other policies, waiting for every policy to be done and the T's crossed and the I's dotted, that we wait and do the two so that we have a policy that puts teeth in this, because I find due process for the people that are making allegations of discrimination is not guaranteed unless they know that we have strong policies to uphold their rights. So that's just my opinion.
And through the chair, and I apologize if that was confusing in terms of what I stated. We do have a policy against retaliation. I don't want there to be any confusion about that. And I think that it is strong and that it would be applicable. I think you have to, from a standpoint, establish your non-discrimination policy as a whole. I would caution the board against delaying that policy, because that's what lays the foundation and gives those additional protections. In addition, it also delays you being in compliance with state and federal law. So I would have some concerns legally with the board doing that. That being said, the goal with revising all of the policies, as should be when you do revise policies, is to strengthen them. I don't want the board to think for a minute that we did not have strong policies in this area. We're strengthening them, revising them, and hopefully making them better. And so I know there's been some concerns about the enforcement of things, but that's also why we created a new office. And as I said, we will be happy to share some of the strategies that are being implemented with the Office of Civil Rights and Equity. I think will encourage our staff to not be afraid and to report these things. I have noticed an increase, albeit, in the equity complaints that we have received. I do monitor that with Ms. Budak, who works on those issues. And what we've seen is that some of them have been, based on potential federal violations, but some of them have been misunderstandings. So there's a variety of things that come in under the auspice of an equity complaint, but we have been getting them. He has been responding to them. In some cases, he has been investigating them. So that process, from what I see, is working. And again, we're consistently trying to improve that and look at best practices. As you saw with the ethics policy, we provided a manual, which we got feedback from board members such as yourself, Ms. Vaughn, and we're incorporating those changes to the extent that we can to, again, continue to refine the process and provide our employees with a process they can feel comfortable with.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have some hands raised. Ms. Giovanelli, you're first.
Thank you. Yeah. So actually, we missed you on Thursday, Mr. Williams. So good to see you. I have to agree with Ms. Vaughn, and I wanted to thank her for bringing this to our attention, because I feel the same way, that this is the cart before the horse with policy 128 versus this 127. So I strongly believe this is the teeth to assisting the policy, the new policy that we're trying, the whistleblower policy of 128. And let me understand, this 1.27 is a brand new policy, correct?
It's
Well, it says that I'm looking at.
the district had a non-discrimination policy. It was not an actual part of policy, if that makes any sense. It did not have a policy number. We historically had a non-discrimination policy reflected in a statement in all of our documents of bargaining agreement, which is contractually negotiated. We did not have a board with a affiliated policy number. We thought was, when revising this language, we thought would be appropriate.
Yes, and I would agree. So thank you for bringing this forward. Also, I want to make sure that the union, Stock and Talk, is involved, has been involved in this as well, and they're on board, correct?
I'll let this through.
So they were not made aware of the most recent changes in the most recent draft. And that was simply due to the timing of trying to get everything back in front of all of you so that we could get to a place of agreement as we work through the process. They have a very strong interest in continuing to be involved in this process. And I'm confident that between Ms. Bruno, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Rothenberg, that we'll be able to continue to have those conversations. I do believe there was an issue in the timing, like I said, of the changes that were made after they reviewed the most recent draft. That's kind of where we are right now in terms of going through those parts of the policy.
Okay, so I would agree. They actually we need to be carrying them along with us in these changes. I think it's very important because we don't want the community to think that we're not doing that. So because I think that it's really important that SPALC and TALC are right there with us, and we're in this together and collaborating this together, because it's very vital for our employees to have the best understanding possible and the best representation and the due process. So thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
All I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to let Ms. Bruno weigh in here right now, and then I have Ms. Gittens, Ms. Jordan, and Ms. Patrica waiting. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Excuse me. Board members, I just want to make sure and bring to your attention that under policy 5.33, which is the complaint procedure for harassment and discrimination by employees, as well as board policy 5.32, which is the complaint procedures for sexual harassment and discrimination by employees, there is a section that specifically discusses, I'll get to it, it's section 8, and it specifically discusses retaliation. So I wanted to make sure that you were clear that under those two policies, we do have language in there that addresses retaliation for filing a sexual harassment or discrimination complaint. And I do agree with the board members that we will be working with TALC and SPALC, and I know that Dr. Atkins is involved with that as well.
Very much. Okay, Ms. Gittens.
Yes, two quick things. Give me one sec. Okay. In looking at all of these different policies, there seems to be an overlap. And I know there was discussion in our last meeting about the new policy being so long. And maybe in your discussions, you can look and see, are we overlapping with another policy, which would give us an opportunity to lessen the 16 pages if we are covering something in another venue. And as far as, since it was brought up about the union's involvement in all of this and with the policy changes, I know with the other policy that we discussed, I think 1.28, Mr. Williams had instructed us before that the union was involved, because at one point, I had asked what was taking the length of time, and he said that the union was involved and they had to see whether or not it was going to pass their litmus test or violate things with the union before we could go forward. So I just wanted to put that out publicly as well, that as members have said, the union has been involved from the very inception of these policies. So just to make sure that that's on record. Thank you.
And to the chair, just to clarify, because I sit on bargaining for at least the teachers union this year, I have historically sat on both Talc and Spalk, and we can get you copies of the minutes. I know for a fact that this came up at our meeting because I raised it. We're in the process of workshopping the non-discrimination policy, and so it will be reflected in the minutes of our bargaining session. Unfortunately, we had COVID, which has pretty much pulled that whole process to a little bit of a stop. It's on the agenda, and it was discussed. It was raised as an issue to be discussed.
Can I just say then, Madam Chair, that if that is the case, Mr. Williams, that right now the public impression is that we are trying to exclude them, that can be made clear? Thank you.
Yeah, the issue was that there were substantial changes that were made to the policy since the last time that the union had seen or had been discussed with the union. So that new draft, along with comments and suggestions that were made at the workshop, are what the union has strong concerns about. So they're not saying they haven't been involved. They're saying that based on the information that's received, there was changes made, and then there were comments made at the workshop that created concern for them.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, I'll call on Ms. Jordan.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I think we're getting the two policies confused, because the union, their concern was with the whistleblower, the ethics. It's the 1.28 that was a great concern of theirs because of the changes. 1.27, the one we're looking at right now, I know that they have put a lot of work into this policy, and it has been brought to EDAC 2 times, maybe even more, because a lot of the verbiage that is put in here came from the EDAC committee, which is a very diverse committee. The included the anti-Semitism and just the gender expression. A lot of that came from feedback from our community advisory committee. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody is aware of that. And I believe, if I'm correct, it even went out to, I thought it went to the student advisory as well. I thought we brought them at one of the meetings that I was in. I may be mistaken, but I believe it was as well. But I know for a fact that it did come through EDAC, and Mr. Hodak was president of one, and he presented it as well. So it may be 3 times that it came. But they were definitely satisfied with this policy as a committee. And I'm just saying that as a liaison for, as EDAC liaison. Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I have a point of order?
Yes, Dr. Atkins.
It's my understanding that we're having some issues in the control room with some of the way this is being broadcast. So they're asking for just a 5-minute recess so they could fix that matter. Apparently it works well on Zoom, but not well in terms of the internet connection. So just 5 minutes if we could.
Okay, then at this point, we'll take a 5-minute recess, and we will return at 1:55. Thank you.
Audio check to the control room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Any better? Audio check for the control room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is an audio check. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Clear? All right, I'm back in the Zoom.
All right, good deal. Thank you.
Perfect.
Yep. 10-4. Got your message, Jason. Thank you.
Is everyone back? Okay. Ms. Morgan?
I'm back. I'm just not on the picture because I'm chewing.
I'm back. I just got to get back in the picture here.
Thank you. Okay. And so, Ms. Giovanelli? Okay, it's 1:57. And our next comment is from Ms. Patrica.
I'm just wondering whether Attorney Dupree Bruno could provide guidance as to the legal exposure in failing to adopt this policy in a timely manner. Somewhere in the back of my head, I am remembering that policies required or statutory changes to policies should be adopted by July of the year following the institution of the statute. So if you could discuss that, I'd appreciate it.
I would agree.
I'm sorry, was that to me or you, Kathy? I couldn't. Okay.
I would just agree with what Ms. Patrica said. We really do want to adopt this by July. Go ahead, Brian, if you want to add anything to it.
No, and again, I just, to reiterate that I would just, my major concern with delaying this policy is that it does bring us into compliance with state and federal law. But I do, I just don't want there to be clarification that this hasn't been vetted. I mean, as remember Jordan mentioned, I know I presented it to EDAC with Chuck Bradley, and then Ryan, I think, went back twice. Has presented it to the student advisory. That is correct. One of the things with the anti-bullying, that has to comply with the Jeffrey Johnson Stand Up for Students Act, and that statute requires that you vet it through law enforcement, community members, the unions, a variety of groups, which Mr. Hudak has actually done. And him discussing that policy is to advise them of the new anti-discrimination, non-discrimination policy and those revisions. So there is this, we've actually done this a lot, and I guess I apologize for the confusion there. I thought that was understood, but it has gone out there a lot, and we have, this is the second time we've actually brought this specific policy to the board, and I think the previous times, actually the last time, I don't think there were that many questions, if any, so, but it has gone out there. We can keep it out there more if that's what the board wishes. I just think we need to put this on the books. It is strong. It is consistent with best practices. We did vet this with other districts and other policies nationally. We did even contact the Office of Civil Rights that, enforced a lot of these protected classes because we wanted to make sure we got it right. We knew there was a lot of discussion around this topic, and consistent with some of the new ideas that we're bringing with the Office of Civil Rights, we put a lot of time into it. So,
great, thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Bruno.
And the other thing to take into consideration with regards to the 1.27 policy is that if we don't approve it timely, we're really looking at August then to approve it because of the advertising requirements and the public notice requirements and the schedule for the rest of the summer. So we need to take that into consideration as well. I don't know specifically about the actual vetting of this policy because I was not involved with it, but I do know with regards to the anti-bullying policy, I do agree with what Mr. Williams represented with regards to that policy that's coming up.
Great, thank you. Ms. Giovanelli, you have a comment?
Yes, real quick. So thank you, Ms. Jordan, for letting us know that it went through EDAC. I think that's really important because that's what we have these committees for. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing that to our attention. And also, I just wanted to make sure that we had done that. So that I'm really glad that you mentioned that because I think that's important. And I did have a thought and I didn't write it down. And of course, now I've already forgot what it was, but so I apologize, but thank you. I do think it's an important policy, and maybe we can keep these two together. And oh, I know, yes, I actually would agree with what Ms. Pruitt said about the union, because there was 4 drafts of policy 128 that was discussed, and some of them was in less than 72 hours that it came out, and so we also were not able to really be all on the same page because we all had different drafts of it. So I think that I would agree with with them thinking that they were just upset over not being up to speed with it all. So we weren't as well, so that made it very difficult. So I just wanted that to be said. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ms. Bruno and I had that conversation the other day. So when changes are requested and it's already been posted on the agenda, changes won't be made until we have a full board workshop or meeting, at which time everyone can be aware of the requests for changes, et cetera. So did you want to say anything else, Ms. Bruno?
Yeah, Madam Chair, that is going to be the new process going forward.
Thank you. Okay. And I think we have a comment from Ms. Vaughn.
Yes, I just wanted to say something to make sure that my comments were not misunderstood. I'm very much in favor of non-discrimination, policy. That was never my point, that I would oppose something like that. And I didn't know that it had gone through EDAC, so I'm happy to hear that report. Also, thank you, Ms. Bruno, for answering or for coming back with the proper policies that do put some teeth into this one that we're discussing, 5.32 and 5.33. Because what I want to say is, of course, the civil rights of all of our employees, that's so important. But it is a fact that if we don't have strong enforcement, the anti-retaliation, unfortunately, some of the employees are going to be afraid to make any kind of complaints or charges. And so it is so important that we have on the books, and I understand. So under the circumstances, I won't ask for it to be delayed, but I just think as we do our policies moving forward, we should be aware of how our policies intersect. We need to be more aware of, well, where is that policy? And obviously, we can comb through the board policies, but I think as we revise some of these, we can do a much better job of making sure that the policies mesh, and that when we say something is, let's say, anti-retaliation, that we know for a fact that already on our books, we have policies that put some teeth in it and reinforce it. So I won't be asking for it to be delayed, but I just wanted to be sure, because I think there was some, from a couple comments that were made, some misunderstanding of what I had actually said and what I was opposing, not the anti-discrimination in itself, just the way the policy was done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vaughn. And now, Ms. Gittens.
Yeah, I had brought up earlier about, can you hear me okay? Because I'm getting a terrible feedback. I mentioned earlier about the policies overlapping, and I didn't really get a response to that. Not that I'm trying to delay any one of the policies either, but perhaps moving forward with these that we're discussing and looking at the 128 to take out anything that may already be in these existing policies. Mr. Williams, can you address that? Thank you.
And I'm sorry, could you rephrase that? Because I'm not quite sure I understood the question, because it kind of tapered off a little bit at the end, and so I just.
Okay, I think Ms. Bruno has her hand up. Maybe she heard.
Yes, Ms. Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the concern is to see if there's anything we can do in that 1.28 policy to make it a little bit more concise, and if it's addressed in another policy, to perhaps remove it. And that's something that we will do when we're looking at it one more time and when it comes back to you for the next workshop. Another idea is that I know that Dr. Pruitt and her office are working on the manual, so some of the things may actually be in the manual, so we may not need it in the policy. So we're going to be looking at all of those things and discussing that at the next workshop, and then hopefully that will address the board members' concern.
Thank you, Ms. Bruno. Okay, great. And has that answered your question, Ms. Gittens? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I did the thumbs up. I guess you didn't see.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you then. Moving right along. Dr. Atkins, welcome back.
Good to be back. Okay. So that takes us to the next part of the agenda, which is really questions that fell off of the specific agenda, although they might be related. The first one is provide an update on hiring in schools for 2021. How many schools at each level and are going to have less staff? And then the next question is, what is the correlation between the reopening task force guidelines? No data has been collected yet. And a budget that would require schools to run 2021 school year, existing class periods on a 21-22 model that requires less staff. So I know that staff can respond and see Dr. Pruitt. I will say that I was on a conference call with superintendents this morning, and there's a lot of unknowns out there right now as relates to the budget. The good news that has been shared is that we did get the CARES dollars, and we'll talk about that a little bit later when Dr. Desamore speaks. So we do have that. The state also, the governor I know has a reserve fund, as does the state, for this very purpose. So we do know that they will be coming back and looking at the allocations as well. So we are currently doing different scenarios, and we'll discuss that a little bit more in depth. But superintendents across the state, including our district, continue to work on different reopening models, and we're sharing information among districts, and we'll be sharing that with you and also with the public as we move forward, and that's a big reason behind our task force. We did do the survey, and that's we're getting some really good data from our survey, which will help us respond to some of the questions relates to what we're going to do as we move into the summer, later part of the summer, like July, and then also as we're moving forward into looking at the fall. So, Dr. Pruitt?
Yes, hello again, everyone. I'm going to talk specifically to the positive assumption that we're going to open schools in the fall in the way that we opened school last fall. And then to Dr. Atkins' point, as we explore different scenarios, the staffing for those scenarios would also be discussed. But currently we're operating under schools received their budget and files for the next year and are staffing according to those files. And we currently have language in both the talc and spout contract that address if something were to change relative to that, to how many people we might need. There's language in place to address that. But looking at the lens of if we open school in the same fashion as we did last fall, we're pretty much in line with where we were this time last year. We currently have about 260 what I'll call real openings for next school year. And that was within, I think we were at about 250 the same time last year. So that data is relatively the same. And fortunately, knock on wood, so has our recruitment to date. We have recruited over 170 folks that we have committed to for next year. We continue to have events that are lined up. We have an event scheduled for people that might be interested in teaching. We have that coming up, and it says here we have 110 people registered for that event to explore teaching. As has happened in the past, when the economy is such that unemployment is high, we tend to have more candidates than when it is not. So that is indicated by the number of people that have registered. We have another virtual recruitment fair coming up in June, and then possibly another one slated for August 1st, depending on what our numbers look like. It has been a great effort by our, can't say enough about our recruitment team, who've really had to change the total, really, redo the way we have recruited teachers and other folks. So I'm really proud of the work that that team has done to get us to where we are right now. So that is our current, that's our current scenario, and I'm happy to answer any questions, at least relative to my.
Okay, so Dr. Pruitt, I have one question. Can you clarify the event that you said you have coming up for people who want to explore teaching? does that include teachers, existing teachers, people who already are?
No, these are people who thought they have a degree in something else and they're interested in teaching. We have worked with all of our displaced folks and we're comfortable there relative to that process. Our surplus list is really very, very small, just a couple of folks on that, and we'll continue to work with them. But it looks good going in to at least at this point.
So when you say displaced folks and the surplus list, those are people who are annual contracted?
Well, I'm talking about both. We had made the commitment to anybody that might have been displaced due to the change in the DRA files. We have worked with those folks and secured them. And again, Lynn Harrell and her team have just done a phenomenal job with this and really doing some individualized coaching and working with them and getting them positions so that it's a mutual benefit for the school and for the employee that was displaced. So that's those annual teachers that we made a commitment to. And then we have our normal, which we deal with these are teachers that have professional services contracts that may have been displaced or cut based on the school's budget. And they have in the contract lays out the process for which we address those folks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Gittens.
Yes, that was what I had a question about, was the surplus list, and you can get back to me later on that, but I was interested in knowing the original number, how many places, if any, left, and then how many are still on that list.
Okay.
Okay, and you can get it and share it later, but
sure.
I'm interested in knowing that and how that impacted those 260 or whatever openings.
Yeah, absolutely. I will tell you, we were really surprised. We had very few for Talc and Spalk on the surplus list. We were really happy about that, but I will get you those exact numbers, Ms. Gittens. You want Talc and Spalk?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan?
Yes, hi, Angela.
Hi.
My question is, when school does resume, I had been reading that the kids with the ESE would be having to have testing taken care of, so that way that we could make sure to see what their loss has, if they had any loss at all during this time. Do we have enough people to make that happen? And I know I sent the questions already.
Yeah.
Last week.
Yeah, I have Dr. Spyro heading this way. Okay, you're gonna get Teresa, okay. I would say to you that they're probably still in the process of assessing what exactly it is that they need to do relative to that. And then it may require us, as we get closer, if we need those additional folks, I'm sure recruitment would be, more than happy to work with academic services to get the staff that they need to get that done. But he went to get Ms. Bowen so she can address specifically your question about the plan and staffing for that.
Thank you, because I think it was from the FSBA spoke about it 2 weeks, or maybe 3 weeks ago, and the fact that this was going to have to take place when the kids come back.
Okay, here she is.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are actually in the process of forming some guidance just on how we can start, maybe be able to start with some of the evaluations prior to beginning the school year. We don't know if that's going to be a possibility yet. We have to look at, the guidelines that are out there for us and really look at what specific testing has been requested. So a lot of the evaluators that we have are critical shortage areas when we talk about psychologists, speech language pathologists, occupational therapists. So we will have plans in place for how we are going to deal with this, but even if even on a regular school year, we are short usually people in this area. Does that make sense?
But I thought and again, my memory's like going, because I'm speaking to kids so much versus adults, so I apologize. But I thought we were doing a contract with a group.
Yeah.
For that reason, we have the shortage.
Amy Clark contracts, she's the director of psych services. We do contract with several different companies. I think that what was on the agenda this school year or this time was related to our psychologists. So if you had specific questions, but because we have those shortages in the area, we do contract with several companies for therapists and psychologists, and even some very hard to find teachers that have certifications in order to find people across the country that can provide the services. So we do have many companies that we do contract with, and even with the contracting companies, we fall short. So it is a real needed shortage area, all of these areas. Did you have questions about the?
No, the only thing is that I would then question is because of the fact that we do have the shortage, I believe that I had also read that there is a time frame that is allotted to us to make this happen for all the students. So how do we make that happen with all the shortages so that we are in where we're supposed to be for those children?
And there was some information that came out from the governor and from the commissioner of education regarding timelines. Some of that is still under review. So we don't have specific exact answers for that right now, but we are working on those contingency plans. Right now, they gave us some leeway, and then there are some things that are still have to be reviewed federally, and we are getting all of that guidance as it comes in through the state.
Perfect. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Bowen?
Don't go anywhere. I'm back.
Oh, that was quick. So I just want to clarify about the evaluations that will be done potentially preschool regarding academic gains. Did I hear that right? So is that going to be psychological evaluations, or
currently we're working on what evaluations we could possibly do. There are a lot of different pieces that we have to look at, and whether we provide those with good social distancing and CDC guidelines, and then we'll create a process by which we, if we can do that and come back and do that prior to the school year starting, if that's what the determination, if that determination is made, that we would create basically a guideline on which evaluations we would be able to start with. And that would encompass any of those that would have been, it could be initial evaluations, it could have been reevaluations, for any area of special education.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I don't see any other hands. So Dr. Atkins, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that goes down to the next item, what is the correlation between the reopening, shoot, I just lost it. Sorry.
Well, that's okay.
All right, let me find my place.
Ms. Fisher, it's Ms. Gittens.
Yes, Ms. Gittens.
That was my question. Maybe I can help the superintendent out. Basically, in the comments that have just been made, it kind of covers it. The purpose of the question was talking about looking at the budget, our academic requirements, the type of things that Mrs. Jordan was just talking about, and all of those things combined, looking at our hiring practices and kind of where we're going from here with all of that. There's so many pieces, and like you had mentioned earlier about hiring and someone mentioned about there being a hiring freeze on certain positions. So all of this together, and I was just asking how we're able to do one and not do the other without all of the pieces together. So I understand hiring teachers, but hiring some of the administrators and some of the other, positions, there's so many pieces of the puzzle that are missing. And that was why I brought this up. Dr. Atkins, you don't have to try to decipher it. That's kind of it in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you.
I can provide, currently it's the only positions with maybe one or two minor exceptions that we're advertising outside the district is for teachers. Everyone else, the positions are for internal transfers only at this time.
So is that to say that there is a freeze, or do we have an official freeze?
No, it's not a freeze. We're just making sure that all of our internal people get placed and are in positions that they want to be in. And then once the dust all settles, and this is what we do every year, once the dust all settles, then look at the picture and say, okay, and part of that I think is it will be delayed a little bit because I know from my perspective that we want to look at those different scenarios and get a little farther down the road with, are we going with a positive approach that it's going to open like last year, maybe something in between, or maybe something, as restrictive as we're in now, because as we all know, that definitely would change the landscape of the employees that we need. So that's why we're going to make sure everyone that currently works for us is settled first, and then we'll reassess that as we go along.
Great, thank you. Board members, any other questions? Okay, Dr. Atkins, I think we probably have like about 5 minutes to wrap it up by 2:30 so that we can entertain our people who are waiting for us for the next presentation.
Okay, yes, Madam Chair, just I'll try to go through these quickly. The next one is there are employees that have worked throughout COVID-19 at transportation and have not been provided any personnel protective equipment such as masks. Why? And so Dr. Savage is going to address that. And then we have one more after that.
Awesome, thank you.
Before getting into the specific transportation context, just wanted to give some insight into the organizational-wide considerations for all divisions and all employees. This is a collaboration with our health services expertise, our HR division, our legal team recommendations, and our chief team for organizational-wide input. The CDC and OSHA provide guidance to employers on best practices relating to the workplace, and our HR department continues to monitor and facilitate organizational labor decisions with guidance as it changes. But in the broadest sense, the level of protection is associated with the level of increased risk. So for example, in healthcare systems, those employees who are coming into direct close contact with infected or presumed infected individuals carry the greatest risk and thus the greatest level of protection. So the most PPE and associated protective procedures. All district staff have been directed to observe appropriate social distancing protocols, and most staff are actually engaged in telework. For those that cannot, they have been under direction to socially distance and isolate as much as possible. CDC and OSHA do not require masks for all employees, only those that fall within specific risk parameters. Within the school district, only those employees who cannot avoid direct contact with others as a result of their assigned duty have been identified and required to use PPE. All other employees have been provided guidance about their optional use of facial coverings. Any specific employees that have safety concerns have been directed to work through their supervisors until such concerns have been resolved. Supervisors have been working with HR to ensure a safe working environment for all employees and consistent practices across the district. As it pertains to the example of this question, it talked about transportation. So the transportation department did order masks very early on. They were back ordered, unavailable, but eventually they did receive one box. The 10 transportation employees driving the grab and go routes, spot inspection of the routes did confirm that employees in those situations were wearing masks. Drivers have access to masks at the schools where the food is loaded on the buses. Also, the transportation garage shop employees have not been wearing masks, but that's because they are working in outside open air bays that are farther than 6 feet apart in terms of the individual employees and consistent with outdoor social distancing requirements. The few office staff employees in transportation are working in individual offices. Facial coverings and commercial masks are on hand. Transportation directors were not aware of any employee that has asked for a mask that had not been given one or had not had access to one. So transportation leadership has provided to any employee who has requested one. So if the question was about a specific employee, I would just say that it would be best if that person followed up with their supervisor. If they felt like there was an issue there, then they would follow through appropriate HR procedures. Hope that answers the question.
Savage.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything.
No, I'm sorry, Dr. Savage. Yeah, I just have a question. I've had a few people call complaining that, not that they didn't have PPE, but that other people were not availing themselves of that and not wearing facial coverings. Mm-hmm. From what I could garner, we're coming within 6 feet of the other people. So what do we say then to someone? I mean, because it is an optional thing. It's a requirement in this. Yeah.
It's a great question, Ms. Fisher. And it's really one that I think our pandemic team, it's part of the challenge of an evolving landscape on this. One of the great big things we're doing is looking about the fall, making sure that whatever procedures we have are in line, not just here, but across the state, in line with the CDC. And that's the importance of this constant engagement. But I wanted to make sure that folks understood that as a team, that's pretty much our core focus right now as a team is what type of things you do as a guidance, what type of things you do as a requirement, and of course, those things are pretty significant considerations. So the best answer I would give to that would be in the short term is it's very important that all employees feel safe as well, and so they should follow up with their direct supervisor. If they have concerns that it's not being addressed, then there are procedures for that as well. But HR has taken a wonderful facilitator role in ensuring that if people have concerns in a specific area, they'll even work directly with those individual concern areas. But I hope that answers your question.
It does, and thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks. The last question. This is actually this as relates with the special meeting 505. This is B1, approval of amendment of projects in 1920 capital outlay. Question is lease purchase payments for 190 buses. Does this relate to possible CDC guidelines that may affect next school year? I think Dr. Desimores is prepared to answer that question.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yes, so this item relates to, you're asking about CDC guidelines, I guess, yes and no, depending on what could happen for next year. But this item really relates to buses that were originally purchased in 2017. So we have these buses now, they were purchased on a 5-year lease purchase agreement. And so what this revised ad does is simply adds that lease purchase agreement to our list of allowed expenditures that we can use our 2020 ad valorem proceeds for.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay. Dr. Atkins, so I guess now, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Giovanelli.
Thank you. I did have a question. Was this from our audit or was it from the out-of-cycle audit? Ms. Desimore, Dr. Desimore. Thank you.
So yes, this does relate to the finding number 1 that we received in the out-of-cycle audit. It is, around the same issue. So basically they were saying that they didn't like the wording that we used in the advertisement that we did for 2019, which was why which is why they documented that finding in the out-of-cycle operation audit for finding number 1. So what revised ad does is take away that question for the current fiscal year.
So, okay, so then my question is, this affects our budget that's coming up then, correct?
It does not. This one is for the current year.
So we're amending it, but where does the money come from then? We're moving money, right?
No, these particular, we already knew that we were going to have, because it was a release. So we already knew that we would have to budget for these items. So what this particular ad does is make sure that the wording is correct so that we can use the ad valorem proceeds from fiscal year 2020 to pay those particular expenses.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. And then we will, since it's a 5-year lease, you will see that same listing in the advertisement for the fiscal year 2021 ad when that ad comes out in July.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, great. So I guess we'll be turning it back over to Dr. Atkins, and then we'll be welcoming back Dr. Desamore and Kelly Letcher for our next presentation and the fiscal year 21 budget workshop. Dr. Atkins.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. We did want to come forward and really talk to you about the different budget scenarios that we potentially have moving forward. So we've got Dr. Desamore here and her team so that they can provide you, first of all, with a presentation, and then hopefully we've allowed plenty of time for question and comment. So still a lot of unknowns, but you know, we do also are getting some good information relative to some potential reserves and also dollars that are coming as a result of the CARES Act. And fortunately for us, if you look at what we're able to use those for, there's a lot, you know, the guidance around this gives us a great deal of flexibility. So that's a very, very positive thing. So Dr. Desamores, take it away, please. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Atkins, and members of the board. So thank you for your time today as we get ready to discuss some very important information with you regarding next year's budget. We're in need of input from you all, and so we've outlined what we think are critical questions that we must answer as we formulate our budget plans. And I'll ask if Daryl would put up our presentation. Thank you so much, Mr. Eldon. And so, yes, so on this slide here, we have outlined what we think are critical questions that we need to answer as we formulate our budget plans. So you will see me keep coming back to these questions throughout the presentation for discussion and thoughts from the board. And then, of course, as we go through our discussion, if there is anything or any other comments that you would like to make or other questions that you feel like we should be asking you all for input in order to answer, we would love to hear that information as well. So moving on to the next slide. Thank you. We've talked briefly about these scenarios during our last budget talk, but I wanted to move through them again. And so recall that in that first column on the left where it says FY21 FEFP allocation, we did receive information from the state legislature regarding a budget that the governor has not yet signed, but that's the only information we have for the FY21 budget. In that budget, our funding per FTE, or the FEFP that we were receiving, the FEFP funding that we were receiving per FTE was $8,005 per FTE. And then we went back and pulled some additional information to say, okay, what would that, based on that total budget that per FTE funding gave us of $769 million, what would that funding look like if we took some different scenarios based on funding that we had at previous points in the past? So we looked at a first scenario of what would happen if they just didn't increase us at all from what we received in 2020, the current year FTE funding. And if we did that, we would be looking at a potential revenue loss of about $20,500,000, as you see there in that second column. Then we looked at, okay, what would happen if we went back and rolled back to 2019 funding levels? What would that loss look like? And that was that $44.3 million loss you see in the middle column. We went back to 2008, which was the beginning of our Great Recession, as we all recall, and that would have been a loss of about $50.5 million. And then last, we looked at a scenario of what would happen if we went back to funding levels at 2012, which was basically the low point of the Great Recession, when we had lost all stimulus funding at that point, and we're still in the recession. And that would have been a funding reduction of $143.7 million. So as we began our budget discussion, as you know, having very little information from the state, these are the different scenarios that we were able to put together based on some historical items, historical things that have happened in the past and where we have actually been in terms of our funding. And as we discussed as a group and as a team, we determined that we would go somewhere in between where you see the yellow highlights. So between 20.5 million and 50 million would be where we thought the realistic scenarios for next year's loss could potentially be. We had an outlier of 143 million, and we determined that probably that would be an extreme scenario. So if we stayed planning somewhere in between these two scenarios, between 20.5 and 50.5 million, and we created budget plans for these, we would have sufficiently planned for whatever budget losses or whatever budget scenarios may come our way. So based on that information, then I refer us back to question 1 of what we were looking at in terms of the feedback and the input that we wanted from the board. And that question is, do the budget scenarios that the district staff have put forward, which are these that you're looking at here, between our 20 and 50 million, do they seem feasible given our circumstances? Or would you have any comment, concern, or suggestion related to, what a scenario that you all would think we would plan for? We want to be sure that we're all comfortable and on the same page in terms of the plans that we would put together, given our circumstances and not having a bunch of information from the state now as to what our plans are. So I'll pause for just a little reflection and maybe some feedback related to that question. Ms. Fisher.
Okay, so I have 2 hands raised. Ms. Patrica.
Dr. Desmore, thank you very much. My first question is, have we taken into consideration in these potential budget reductions the fact that the state is not going to revisit student growth numbers statewide? A really good point was made by Ms. Letcher at the last Finance Advisory Committee meeting, where she explained to the committee that the state of Florida is assuming a certain amount of growth for students across the state next year. And tell me if I'm explaining this incorrectly. Let's say we're assuming we're going to get an additional 100,000 students, but in fact, 250,000 show up. We don't get an additional FEFP for those additional 150,000 students. We simply get what we get, and it's divided by more students. So is that potential scenario taken into consideration as you give us these numbers? I'll let you answer that, and then I'll ask my second question, please.
Okay. So yes, you explained it just right in terms of the state only projects a certain amount of growth in terms of FTE across the state. And if we end up exceeding that growth, then it could be that we end up not receiving the funding for those particular students, or we'll get a proration, as we talked about before. So yes, part of our budget planning, the scenarios that we put together in this will have to take into account if a proration does come, we have to have sufficient reserve in order to handle that proration and to be able to, provide schools necessary resources that are needed for the kids that could potentially be here that we're not necessarily getting any additional funding for. So that would definitely be a part of our process to make sure that we have sufficient reserve set up for that particular instance.
All right, it's becoming increasingly clear to me that we're not going to go back for a special session for the budget. So any cuts would occur after our budget is passed, and is the point in bringing this to the board today so that we budget so that we anticipate those cuts? Or are we doing this now with an anticipation of further cuts down the road. And my last question is, are we making any allocations for potential provision of PPE to students and staff? And then I'll shut up. Thank you.
Okay. All right. There's a bunch of questions in there. Okay. So first, the question is, so yes, I believe I'm right with you in that we have not heard any indication that the legislature will be going back for a special session. Kelly Letcher had a conversation with Ms. Carol Green earlier today, which I'll let her share some of the details of that with you, but no conversation had been had related to a special session besides the fact that one group had put forward that discussion, another group shot it down. And so we are still in the situation where we know that revenue as it had been originally estimated and given to us in terms of this FY21 allocation from the state, that revenue will not become a reality. So at some point in time, those budget reductions have to come down. So we need to structure our FY21 budget in order to be able to handle that if it comes and when it comes, regardless of when it comes. Typically, we would love for it to come at the beginning and know what we're planning for. In this particular case, it will not most likely come at the beginning of the year. It may come in terms of maybe some individual line item vetoes that the governor does to the budget that he has on his desk now, or it could come at a later date in the year by special session, by prorations, and we have to make sure that we have our budget structured as much as we can from the very beginning to handle whatever we think those reductions may be. Does that mean that we, may have to in the middle of the year do some other types of reductions or realigning that we didn't necessarily expect to do if we didn't prepare for the amount of funding reduction that comes through? But to the extent possible, we're going to try to structure our budget from the very beginning so that we're able to handle a reduction along the lines of the range that we had talked about earlier between that 20 and 50. Did I answer your first question, Ms. Patrica? Okay. And then second, you were asking about, planning for PPE, expenses related to PPE for students and or staff. And that is one of the things that we'll talk about towards the end of the presentation. But yes, part of putting together all of our scenarios for return to school is what do those scenarios look like? What additional types of expenditures might we incur based on that plan? And then the budget has to wrap around the plan.
Yeah, and as soon as the question came out of my mouth, I remembered it was at the end of the presentation. My apologies.
No problem. But it is definitely something that I know we're going to have some, quite a lot of lively discussion about. But based on the work that the task force will do, along with district work here, when it becomes clear what our plan is for return to school, then part of our job will be to make sure that the budget is structured so that we are planning for expenditures to support whatever that back to school plan may be, which could and probably will include some measure of PPE for students and staff.
Thank you, Dr. Desimore. Before you continue, I have Ms. Gittens has her hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Desimore. A couple of quick questions. Do we have numbers, or do these numbers reflect the change in scheduling that's supposed to, the budget change and the change in schedule of 4x4 and all that?
Yes, they do. They reflect what our current reality is right now for budget for fiscal year FY21, which includes the actual allocation that was given to each individual level, elementary, middle, and high.
Okay, so actually then this puts us for 2021-22 already in the mode to move into that seven period, because they're receiving the budget now based on that. So the following year, they're already working in that budget. They'll just have to adjust staffing.
Well, they're actually, yes, to a large extent. Now, what we have done with each of our high schools is worked with them individually to kind of work with their numbers. So based on the schedule that they were setting up and the individual needs that they had, we did allocate additional resources to most of our high schools in order to help accommodate what their schedules were for next year and their needs. It was not near the amount that would have been allocated if they had been using the same scheduling method from the year before, but got us, a lot of the way there to that. And so then the next year, when we transition to the 7-period day, then, they're
already be in that
most part be lined up. There will still be some adjustments to be done because of the individual things that we did to allocate high schools some additional resources for this year.
Okay, next quick question. Is there any type of a cost comparison with digital learning versus classroom learning or a hybrid or something like that? Because what if we get the task force gets information and comes back with the response that we need a hybrid because there are some people that are not going to send their kids back, but they still have to be educated. So we have to be able to do, we looked at the cost of each one. And I know not detail, but kind of, some idea how more costly it is, or is it even possible to do a hybrid?
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understood your question. You're saying you want to know, do we have a cost comparison between what a hybrid model would look like, hybrid meaning some combination of in-person versus in virtual, versus a traditional classroom model? Was that the question?
That's the question.
Okay, so not as of yet, because one of the things that we wanted to do was get just a little bit more information about what the hybrid model might look like. And certainly it is possible. And I know that our academic folks have done some work in terms of putting together some different options. We have those, and we're working through trying to set up what we think they may mean in order to get the cost comparison, but want to get a little bit more details to make sure that we're putting together a meaningful cost comparison, based on what the options may really look like. So I think we need to get a little bit farther down the road and get some information from that work of the district staff and task force in order to adequately answer that question.
Okay, and then these numbers that we're given are kind of like up here at this, 3,000 foot level, and we've not gone into any of the, going down further yet, just an overview at this point. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's right. I think we are trying to make sure that we are share common views about what we should be looking at and the assumptions that we are making to make sure that we collectively, right, as board and district staff, that we believe that we're going in the right direction. And as far as the detail of those, once we kind of get that common understanding in place, we can continue to drill down, work on the specific budget reductions related to the options that we, kind of have agreed on as a group. And
okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
No, I was just saying, still the fact being that we need some more information before we can really produce the details, I think, that you're referring to. And we're just not to the point where we have that pinned down as of just yet. Ms. Fisher, you're muted.
Yes, okay, I got it. So along those lines, I was wondering if there's been any communication with some of our other districts who have already made plans for hybrid models. For instance, one might be Miami-Dade. So
I can answer. I can answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, school districts are constantly, I think, in communication with each other. I mean, one of the things we did as superintendents just this morning is went through some different scenarios the different districts, are planning on implementing. I I do believe that while, Dr. Desamores is presenting you the budget piece, that in terms of the specifics relative to some of the academic planning and the operations planning are probably deeper down into the details than what we have as a budget. So, for example, Dr. Savage and Dr. Spiro have already started looking at hybrid models and how they would operate those hybrid models utilizing CDC guidelines to do like let's say a split schedule. So you have split between virtual and in-person, and including looking at differences that would occur between the different levels. For example, elementary students probably need more contact. And then as you get older, you don't have childcare issue as much of an issue as you do at a younger age. So those are the types of things that they're looking at where they are getting deep down. And then once we get a little bit more of a decision relative to how we want to look in the fall, then the budget starts to get laid in with that one as well. So, I mean, all kinds of things have to be considered. Like we're looking at how you transport students, trying to get, CDC guidelines in place. It gets real complicated real quick. So they're deep into those discussions now, and then trying to get where we can get this committee together quickly so we can start getting some feedback. Because I will tell you this, if you look at all around Florida, communities are different in how they feel. And if you look at our survey relative to Miami-Dade, very different right now. I mean, it's almost polar opposite. So, one of the things that we have to do is take into consideration what does our community, what works best for us. The good news is that I feel that our commissioner, they've had some conversations with our commissioner. We really feel that they're going to provide some good guidance for districts, but also give districts a lot of autonomy to address some specific flexibility that specific districts need relative to the community that they serve.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, and now I see Ms. Patrico with her hand raised.
Just to get back to the question that you asked, Dr. Desamores, do we feel comfortable, I can only answer for myself, do we feel comfortable with the budget scenarios you have put forth? I personally would feel more comfortable with budget scenario 3, assuming a more conservative $50.5 million reduction, because I think that's more in line with what sort of some of the guidance that we've gotten from some of our representatives. We're looking at funding cuts that push us back a decade. Isn't that what I remember hearing? So you're looking for feedback. That's my feedback in terms of comfort level.
Thank you, Ms. Patrica. Board members, any other comments or questions for Dr. Desamore? Okay, Amy, go ahead, please.
Thank you. All right, so in terms of planning for those reductions, we put forth those scenarios, and now we have to plan for how we're going to handle any one of those scenarios. So the first funding that comes into play when we think about doing that is the CARES Act funding, which we were talking about just a little bit earlier. So initially, of course, when we put this information together and put it out at the beginning of last week, as the slide states, we did not have any official information yet from the state on any allocated amounts or the process to apply for it. But since we put this together, we did receive some information at very late last week related to the CARES Act funding. So for our district, we are slated to receive $21.8 million, according to the information that we did receive from the state. It is not clear just yet when we will receive the funding, but they did give us the allocation that we are slated to receive. Of that $21.8 million that we are going to be allocated, some of that will have to go to charter schools, and how that traditionally works is whatever percentage of, FTE your charters are, they usually get that percentage of the funding that comes down. So if we're assuming that same allocation, then charters will get about 12%. They're about 12% of our population. So if we're assuming they'll get about 12%, of the funding, then that leaves about 19.2 million for our use within our traditional schools. We will also need to provide equitable services to eligible private schools with this funding as well. And we are still researching exactly what that particular allocation of service will look like to our private schools. So I know, we received question today about, well, how does that work and what will that look like? I don't have a lot of details of that at this point in time because we're still researching with the information that we receive from the state and working with our grants personnel within the grants department, Ms. Kennedy and Kathleen Keck, in order to determine how will that equitable share to private schools look. So once we get some additional detail on that and get that process worked out, we will make sure to get back with you all on the details related to that. So some of the things that we received from the state about how we could potentially use the funding, and we received an email from the chancellor who listed various items that we could expend the money on. And we were concerned when we first heard some information about the CARES Act, wondering how restricted that funding might be. But basically, with the information that the chancellor sent us, it really is wide open in terms of how we might be able to utilize those fundings. Not yet, Daryl, you can go back one slide for me. So it is pretty wide open as to how we can use these funds. And so they could play a very critical role as to how we are able to plug the hole and mitigate the budget losses that we anticipate that we'll be receiving for 2021. I'm just noting, were there any other information or any other questions related to CARES Act funding that I can answer? Well, one of the things we had talked about before was, okay, county got a piece of CARES Act funding. Now we're going to receive a piece of the CARES Act funding. What should our conversation be with the county? And, personally, I am thinking that we each got our allocation. I believe that basically we should just keep our lines of communication open with the county so that each of us know what we're doing with our funding. So together and collectively, we can, work to make sure that we're addressing the needs of the entire community with the CARES Act funding allocation that each of us has received.
And Dr. Desamore, I have Ms. Patrica, Ms. Jordan, and Ms. Gittens with hands raised. So Ms. Patrica?
So you said that charters make up 12%, or charters serve 12% of our students, but do they serve 12% of our Title I students?
Not
so restricted that way.
Yep. So great question. Not necessarily. They don't necessarily serve 12% of our Title I population. I'm not sure what percentage that is of the Title I population that they serve. So we will certainly be, I'll go back and make sure that we pull that information so that we can share that with you.
But let's say they serve 5% of our Title I population. Do they still get 12% of these dollars because they serve 12% of our kids? Or is it limited? Does the money have to follow Title I kids to those charter schools?
So I don't know that we have the details related to that. So we're still waiting on some information as to how we're supposed to allocate those dollars out to charter schools. But so what we did was we went most conservative, saying, okay, if we've got to allocate 12% to them, which would be probably the highest amount that we would have to do, what would that be? And that would be, that a number that we talked about earlier would be what that is. But the question is noted and is a very good one, because if we're going on a Title I type of allocation, it may very well be that we're allocating less than that 12% to our schools. And I pause for just a second to look at Ms. Letcher to find out whether there's any other information that she'd like to provide related to that. Okay, so Ms. Letcher was sharing that she does believe that it is based on student population, which would be the 12% that we talked about. But as we get additional information, we'll make sure to share. And there were other, did I answer that question, Ms. Patrica? Ms. Fisher, I think you said there were other questions. Yes.
Yes, and there are, I have Ms. Jordan.
Hi, yes, I was just going to say, we did receive information regarding the CARES Act funding from the FSBA on the 28th. So if it hasn't been shared with everybody, and that pretty much tells you, gives you some guidelines on what it can be used for, as well as the preliminary, which you already have that down there. But they did send that out to us on the 28th. So I'll be more than happy to share that if you didn't get it.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm thinking that it might be the same information that was sent out through the chancellor, but
yes,
if you could send it, we can make sure that it is exactly the same.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. And now Ms. Gittens.
I just wanted to bring up that I have gotten several calls and messages from community members about the CARES Act and the fact that we are getting our allotment and the county is getting theirs, and there's concern by some stakeholders that if we're getting ours, we're asking to get part of the county. And I said I would, bring it forward for you to perhaps address that.
Well, to my knowledge, we hadn't asked the county for anything. So
remember, the board had actually sent a letter and just made a request that there be some consideration. But I think Dr. Roger Desjardins, the county manager, and I touched base after that letter, after the one that Ms. Fisher had submitted to the county commissioner, and that's what we basically agreed to, is that we would stay in tight communication if there was any, and he said, if there's anything that you feel that falls within the county's purview that meets the requirement that the county is held to, then by all means, we're open to communication about it. As I understand it, though, the county's CARES dollars are much more restrictive than those that have been provided to the school district. And so those are more specific to COVID-specific costs, whereas ours seems to be much more open. So like I said, he's been very open with communication with us, and we'll stay in communication. But right now, it does appear like our CARES funding does give us the ability to really address our specific needs.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. You want to proceed, Dr. Bessemore?
Very good. We will. Okay.
Yeah.
So plan one, or at least, consideration number one in terms of how we fill the budget hole would be what happens and what we can do or should do with that CARES Act funding. So the second part of that would be a potential use of fund balance. So we have provided for you, thank you, Daryl, just kind of a depiction of what fund balance has looked like over the past several years. So in FY17 at about 136 million, down to at the beginning of this fiscal year at 120.5 million. Now, recall that most of fund balance is not free dollars, right? Those are dollars that are reserved for specific purposes and or they're tied to a specific location, such as school carryover funds. However, we also, in that total number, we do reserve funds so that we have flexibility to react to emergencies or unexpected circumstances that happen during the year. So we, of course, still are not done with this current budget year yet, but what we're estimating is that we will have a fund balance of a little over 120 million at the end of this year, but then also in that little orange bar that you see at the end, that orange bar represents additional dollars that we believe will also be added to the fund balance that will carry over in order to potentially help with some of next year's budget shortfall And really what that orange bar is related to is that's the increase in fund balance that we didn't necessarily expect because there are certain things that are not happening for the remainder of this year that we expected to happen upon the start of the budget year. So just kind of a picture that shows what we think is happening. So if we flip to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about some of the rules and regulations that are surrounding what we usually talk about when we talk about board contingencies. And we also want to talk a little bit about what we want to do in terms of planning for a fiscally responsible budget for the district and making sure that we always have appropriately structured the budget to help the district handle any emergencies that may come up. So we talk quite a little bit about that 3% limit or the board contingency that must be in place. So we cited the specific statute here, and you see it there, that basically says that any year your operating budget is projected to fall below that 3%, your fund balance of that projected revenue, then the superintendent has to provide written notification to the district school board and the commissioner of education, and they will basically monitor your school district for sound fiscal operation if you fall below that 3%. Of course, as a district, that is never somewhere that we want to be. We always want to make sure that we're meeting at least that minimum requirement. And that is a requirement at the minimum, because that 3% doesn't necessarily mean that you've structured your budget well in order to handle any circumstances that may come forward during the year that you would have to handle. That 3%, if we're looking at next year's revenue with the FY21 budget we've been given so far from the legislature, it's $24 million. We talked about that a little bit at the last budget briefing that we had, but I wanted to remind again that $24 million is the mark that we're going to have to meet, and you'll see that specifically set out in the budget as reserved for board contingency and the documents that you will approve when it's time to approve the budget. So we got to keep that in place, right? So, but again, I talked about that being the minimum requirement. So even on top of that, then we've got other considerations, and one of those that many folks, when they examine your budget, including those that will examine us for approval of debt issuances, our rating agencies, and so forth, they'll look at something that's called the financial condition ratio. And the financial condition ratio takes your assigned and unassigned part of your fund balance, compares that to your total general revenues, and gets a percentage and says, what is that percentage? Our financial condition ratio right now is 11.6%. So that is a good and a healthy number. Usually when, our rating agencies are looking, they talk to us about making sure that we have something over 10%. And so that's kind of what they're looking for. That's where we are right now. But that's one of the things that we want to make sure that we take into account, because when your financial condition ratio begins to slip, then, people want to know why. And that's an indication that you may not be necessarily structuring your budget to be fiscally sound. So when we look at how we're going to structure the budget, or what portion of reserves that we may use to help us fill the budget whole for next year, we're looking at all of these different things, and we're taking all of them into account so that at the end of the day, we can propose a budget to you that we think is structured as to be fiscally conservative and financially sound for the district. So moving to the next slide then. So as I stated earlier, based on the original FY21 estimates, that board contingency, that 3% minimum has to be $24 million. So we've got that set aside in the budget. These scenarios that you're looking at assume, as we were structuring the budget, this presentation for today, we had those scenarios that we started out with between 20 and 50 million. We took the one in the middle, the 44 million, in order to make some assumptions here and talk about the financial condition ratio for you today. If we went to a different scenario, like the 50 million that Ms. Patrica was talking about earlier, these numbers would look a little bit different, but let me go through walk you through the different scenarios so that you can see where we're coming from, and then we can have a little bit of discussion related to that. So, of course, through the budget planning, if we have a budget shortfall, one of your questions has been and should be, well, how are we going to utilize our reserves to potentially mitigate a budget shortfall instead of having to reduce other things, people, services, inside of our budget, which is a fair question and one that we want to talk about here. So looking at our financial condition ratio, and remember, this is going off of the estimated fund balance number of $135 million that we think we will have at the end of this year. But of course, things could change that, but that's our estimate at this point in time. So if we were to utilize $5 million of that reserve, we had a CARES Act funding of $20 million, and we're assuming a budget shortfall of about $44 million, then our new projected financial condition ratio would be about 13.4%, and we would still be left having to reduce $19 million out of the budget. So just want to make sure everybody's kind of following me on that logic. So we're starting out with a $44 million reduction. Let's say the CARES Act covers about $20 million of that, so that leaves us with $24 million. We're going to utilize $5 million of reserves, which means we're left with having to reduce $19 million out of the budget in order to balance if we were looking at a $44 million scenario. Can I thumbs up on that if we're okay with that? Okay. So then as you go down the different scenarios, you see the numbers change as you increase the amount of reserves that you utilize to help fill the budget hole. If we're going to utilize $10 million worth of reserves, then we're left with having to reduce $14 million out of the budget, all the way up to $20 million, and having to reduce $4 million out of the budget. So in terms of a recommendation from district staff, now remember, a couple of things that we have to remember about the use of fund balance in order to help balance a budget. And if Daryl will flip me to the next slide, we'll talk about these. First of all, they only show up one time for you. These are one-time funds. Once they're gone, they're gone. So at some point, your expenditures are going to need to catch up with your revenues that you're going to receive. And when that is dependent on how long the recovery will be, right? So I don't think that we can necessarily assume that our district or anybody in the economy is going to snap back in 1 year. I think that we have to assume that it's going to take a couple of years in order for, our revenues to kind of catch back up to where we would have expected them to be at this time next year had all of these things never happened. And so we do have to kind of balance out the use of reserves with really trying to reduce expenditures because it will catch up to you at some time. The next thing is other unexpected emergencies. We still have to structure a budget to plan for unexpected emergencies as they may come up. And so we don't want to utilize so much of our reserves so that we impede our ability to do that should that time come. So think, I don't even want to say it out loud, but think hurricane or anything like that, right? So in terms of a recommendation from where we would go with reserves, we certainly from our standpoint in a budget area recommend that we utilize no more than $10 million of reserves in order to help, potentially fill a budget hole, but just understand that the utilization of that really does have some, significant impact on the flexibility of the budget to deal with things as they're coming up. But that's an amount, no more than that we can say, okay, we can, take that, do something with it, and it would not put the district in a severely compromised situation in terms of formulating a budget for next year. So in that case, I'll refer back to the second question as we talked about the questions that we needed input from the board as far as what amount should the district utilize in reserves to mitigate cuts but preserve our financial condition. So I'll stop right there, number one, because I feel like I've been talking for a long time, but number two, because it is an important question that I know, we need to discuss and be on the same page with as a group.
Okay, so then at this time, I see Ms. Gittens, Ms. Morgan, and Ms. Patrica with hands raised. Ms. Gittens.
Okay, I feel like I'm back in math class in college. So you're doing a great job. But my question on the slide where you planning for reductions and use of the fund balance. So the 3% is the amount that the contingency. I think where I'm confused is the 3% and the 11 of the condition ratio. So when you go down to that next slide of reducing the fund balance, that 5,000, 10,000, et cetera, is out of the 24. Where does the 11 come in there? That's where I'm confused.
Okay, so no, a little bit different. Let me separate out the two things. So okay. The $24 million for board contingency, right? That is the 3% minimum level that we have to keep. That's like there's no discussion because that's laid out in statute. We don't want to fall below that. So that 3% sits off by itself. It's in a category all of its own. No, we're not messing with that. So the numbers that then we talk about down below when we're talking about utilization of reserve and how that could potentially reduce fund balance, those do not impact the $24 million that we've set aside for the 3% board reserve. That will always be there as far as contingency. So the two things are very separate and distinct. Did I answer your question?
Well, you did. I think what was confusing to me on that slide then is where it says it's based on the contingency of the 24 million. And I understood you before to say that the 24 million is, we don't touch that.
Right. So I did, okay, so maybe the one thing that was confusing is I did use 24 million pops up in those scenarios twice, coincidentally, right?
Oh, okay.
Million is the board contingency, which sits alone.
Right.
So then we're dealing with the scenario of, okay, we've got a $44 million budget shortfall to deal with, right? Which is kind of where the assumption that we started out to begin with. We said, what if the CARES Act reduced 20 million off of that? Well, that leaves us with $24 million shortfall to deal with. So that number 24 million came up twice in the conversation, which might have been a little confusing, but it just so happened that that's the way the scenarios ended up.
And that 11.6% of the financial condition ratio.
Mm-hmm.
So is that what is the 13 and the 12, those percentages, is that taking away from that? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, that's what yes.
Okay.
So those new percentages that you have down there would be the new financial condition ratio for next year, given the assumptions that we're making actually coming true. So these are estimates.
I get it.
That be very different, but just what we have to take into account to say, okay, economically, where does this leave us with people that are coming in to evaluate what our budget looks like and how we have structured it for the year?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Mrs. Morgan, are you ready now? Thank you for your patience.
Yes, so you want to know which scenario. I would go with scenario 2. Looking at the CORES money, and if we were to take 5 million out of reserves, that would put us about the bottom line for scenario 1. I am really concerned, well, 2 things. I'm concerned about going to scenario 3. We may have to go there in another year, but I'm a little concerned about gutting us now in anticipation of that. I say 5 million because I am worried about a hurricane. What was our out of pocket with Irma initially? Do you recall?
It was 20. I think it was 25 million. correctly. We're looking right now, so don't quote me just yet, but I think it was 20s.
So that's essentially my response to what you've presented so far. And thank you. Thank you for the way you stepped us through this. It has been very helpful for me.
Good, thank you. No problem. Okay, so I hear you, 5 million, you know, in terms of where you're thinking.
Right.
I understand.
Okay, great. And Dr. Desamore, that's exactly what I had on my notes also. So that would be the scenario that I would be comfortable with at this point. And now Ms. Patrica is patiently waiting once again.
Yeah, so typically it drives me crazy when staff reads from slides, but this is a circumstance where I needed you to read from those slides and explain them to me. So I'm really, really happy that you did that. As we talk about expending reserves as being a one-time opportunity, that's a little bit different with a hurricane, right? Because we might have to come up with the money up front, but typically a lot of that money comes back into the budget. So I'm a little bit less concerned about, I'm concerned about a hurricane, I'm concerned about other emergencies, but I'm a little less concerned about those because a vast majority of that money will come back to us at some point. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
And at what point does a concurrent reduction in financial condition ratios for other school districts mitigate the impact on our bond rating? So if we have other districts across the state who are doing the same thing we're doing, does it have the same impact on our individual bond rating and the perceived financial health of the organization? Am I making sense?
Yeah, yes, it does. I think that's a great question. And knowing that certainly, you know, we along with 66 other districts are in exactly the same spot. And I'm mad, but in varying degrees of how we could potentially react to it in terms of the use of the fund balance. But I anticipate that the things that we'll do will look will look similar to what other districts are doing. So I think part of the picture for them is the comparison to other districts across the state and how you look in comparison to them. But one of their comparisons is also, well, how do you look in comparison to yourself? In other words, are you, whatever you have done, have you structured yourself to be able to, at some point, have your expenditures catch up with your revenue? You to, in other words, unless we believe that we're going to be coming through some windfall, you have to pay the piper at some point. So have the plans that you've made look realistic in terms of really being able to sustain those plans over the next several.
All right, and then finally, as we look at page 8 of the slides, that's where you're looking for feedback, and I'm confused about what Ms. Morgan said. So if I may, through the chair, ask for some clarification from Ms. Morgan. Ms. Morgan, I thought you indicated that you were comfortable with scenario 2, but then you indicated $5 million, but scenario 2 is $10 million. So I'm not. If you could unmute.
Ms. Morgan, please unmute. Ms. Morgan, please unmute. And Ms. Morgan did have her hand up also. You can't unmute? Daryl, can you try it, Ms. Morgan?
Now, no, have we got it now?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So I was talking about scenario 2 on the very first slide, not scenario 2 on use of fund balance. So I was talking about using scenario 2, 2019 per student funding, potential revenue loss of 44 million, take it down by 20 for the CARES Act, take it down by another 5 in reserves, and that puts you back about where scenario 1 ends up in terms of revenue loss.
Right.
Now, with respect to hurricanes and the 5 million, I do recognize that we get money back, but we don't get it back right away. And my concern is that we are going to be in reserve, using reserves for the next couple of years. I don't think this is going to be a one-time exercise. I think that we are going to be struggling with funding for a while. And so I am comfortable taking 5 million out at this point, short term, but I'm not comfortable going higher than that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Patrica, did that answer your question? Okay, great. All right, then seeing no other hands, I'll turn it back to Dr. Desimore. Sorry, Miss Giovanelli.
Yes, and I'll just be real quick. I actually agree with Ms. Morgan because I think this is going to be an ongoing situation so I think we need to budget that, if that makes sense. So right. I actually agree with everything that she just said. In that scenario, I think we're going to have to plan for long-term and budgeting going into the fund balance. Thank you. And reserves. Thank you.
Okay, great. Dr. Desimore.
All right. So taking us back to the presentation then, there are a few things that we do know throughout, and thank you for indulging me in walking through those slides a little bit. I know that there was a lot of numbers and a lot of conversation, but hopefully it was helpful, so I appreciate your indulgence on that. And so now when we look at our cost-cutting scenario, so those are two things. We've got some CARES Act funding and our use of reserves, kind of walk through that. And so now we have that. We have to deal with some of the things that we know, which you see them listed here. But one of the things that is going to be critical decision point in terms of how we structure our budget for next year is, and if you flip to the next slide, Mr. Eldon, what are the various scenarios that we could be looking at as far as a school return? How we structure our budget has to logically wrap around what that looks like, which, could be anywhere from a full virtual to some type of hybrid, as Ms. Gittens was talking about a little bit earlier. So we do know that we've got, those three scenarios. And as you see listed here, we've got various things that could potentially happen under each of these different scenarios. We don't necessarily have a lot of detail right now, right, around each of these different things. As I mentioned earlier, we are working now related to what detail would be behind each of these different scenarios. But for the budget process, it's very critical to determine which scenario we're going to be working under, because of course, that will drive, based on all the things that you see listed under each of the different options, what could potentially be happening under the budget. And it could look, a full virtual return looks completely different than, of course, a full return to school in the fall, or even a hybrid return. So while we don't have a lot of detail around that, we do believe that with the things that you see listed here, we've got a good handle on the different areas of the budget that we need to look at for potential reduction in the in the examples that we have listed. So I know there were various pieces, various questions that came up about this earlier. So I just want to make sure that with the things that we have listed here, we have covered those. Or critical question number 3 that we wanted to make sure to share with the board is, do you believe that there are other areas for budget reductions that we should be considering that we've not discussed, given this list that you have here?
Okay, I have a question, but I'm going to hold it, and I will entertain Ms. Gittens first, and then Mrs. Vaughn.
Thank you. I think, okay. So I guess my question had to do with departmental reductions is the same in all 3 scenarios. And, I guess I'm just a little confused on that. And reduction of budget. Okay. So when are we, I know there's no time frame on this, but I'm confused with the fact whether we return to school, there's, department reductions in all of them, restructuring of transportation. That's one of the ones that jumps out at me because if there are continuing CDC requirements and we can't put 50 kids on a bus, that's why I brought up that question earlier about that 190 buses, because I mean, we will have to look at either additional buses or changing schedules all over again in order just to transport children back and forth. I don't know. I'm not. I get a lot of comments from people in the community that, you know, like bus drivers and people that are not actually doing something that they can see going on right now and still getting paid, but that's only through next week. But I don't know. Go ahead to someone else, but I'm just wondering about those reductions and how it all is just going to mesh together.
Well, let me address at least, I believe, part of what Ms. Gitten's question is. You know, as we're look forward to this particular budget cycle, we did anticipate that with the impact of our response to COVID-19, there was certainly going to be reductions in our funding to some point. So we started looking at different scenarios, and in every single one of the scenarios that we looked at, we have contemplated department budget reductions. So I have asked division leaders to plan for different scenarios, and they are currently have been doing that. We've had discussions where each division leader did bring some of their recommendations to the table, and this is just for planning purposes, obviously. And these plans are fluid, but I do believe it was important for us to go through this exercise because I do believe that, you know, that's one place that we're certainly looking at having to make some reductions regardless of where we land. And so, you know, we made the commitment as a group to make sure that we were leading by having our chiefs work with departments to provide those different models moving forward. So that's why you see it on every single one of those, because regardless of whether we're full virtual or hybrid or full return, there's a strong possibility you're still going to look at some reductions, and department budgets would be an example of that. Now, hybrid and transportation, yes, we do certainly have been taking that into consideration, and as well as looking at other plans. I know, for example, the city of Jacksonville has a plan to restrict students to one student per bus seat because they believe that can meet the CDC guidelines. But that reduces their transportation footprint per bus down to 22. So in order to accomplish that, then you have to do a hybrid schedule of A/B and maybe a full virtual on the Friday. But you know, we're all as district superintendents trying to compare notes, but you know, to come up with what model works best for our community. So those are just some examples that we're planning for.
Can I add one thing to that? So, Dr. Atkins, how does the overlay of changing the schedule affect this, or has that been taken into consideration when you came up with these scenarios?
Well, what you're doing, you're looking at reducing the number of students that you have to transport in any one given day by roughly, you know, 50%. So that allows you to, you know, if you're running a bus like every day or 4 days a week, but you're running it with just half the number of students, then that's going to reduce, you know, obviously your footprint. Now, with our arrangement in terms of student assignment, of course, it's going to be much more complicated for our school district to take all the operational considerations, logistical considerations you have to take into effect, because you have to coordinate the schedule at the high school, for example, with the transportation schedule, and literally going almost kid by kid. So it's you can see where it becomes very, very complicated, very, very quick, but these are the types of plans that we have to do. I do know that, again, we're also looking at the needs of students. So elementary students, students that have greater need, like our ELL students, some of our younger students and students with IEP probably have a more intense need for in-person education. So this is also part of the planning process that we have to consider as we implement the potential for a hybrid. But right now, as you know, I think districts across the state, including our school district, are planning really for these three potential scenarios, or take all of those three scenarios and then layer in a phased in approach. So you might start full virtual, hybrid, and then move into a full return.
What I was getting at too with our schedule change in the high schools that's already on the books to happen next year, is that something that will be looked at because this whole scenario came into place, all three of these, after the decision was made to move from 4 to 7. So has that, I guess I'm wondering, how do those two mesh together?
Well, I think actually because we decided to move forward with the funding, it's actually positioned the district to be in better shape than had we gone ahead and fully funded 4 by 4 like we had the previous year. So really it's helped us and it helped us in the short term actually come out on the better end in terms of our planning process. So Dr. Desimores has worked with these schools individually. So I think we're in good shape with the funding as it now sits. So I think that answers your question.
Thank you, Dr. Atkins. Okay, I'm gonna move along now because I have some people waiting patiently and we want everyone to have an opportunity to weigh in. Ms. Vaughn.
Thanks. I just wanted to make a comment when we were talking a little while ago about planning for the reduction. I was actually leaning toward the 10,000 out of the reserves. But the more that I think about it, the more I'm thinking it would be better to be conservative, because we've been focusing on what it's going to look like in August. But if you listen to people like, well, when he used to be on TV all the time, Dr. Fauci and many medical experts predict that once it's cold weather, once it's flu season, that it won't just be the flu, that the COVID is likely to rear its ugly head again. So, we just don't know, because it may look good, hopefully, to open school in a regular way, but, we won't have the vaccine yet by then. And as much as I hate to even think about it, it's as likely that we're going to get another round of the COVID as it is, hopefully not, but likely that we might get a hurricane, a big destructive hurricane here in Florida. So, even bottom line, even if it looks rosy in August, when it comes to be November, it may not. And I know there are some colleges that are, or many colleges that are actually escalating their first semesters and are planning on being finished with their semester by Thanksgiving. So, that's something to keep in mind as we go a little more conservative or a little more liberal in what we're going to take from reserves. That was my comment.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Did you have something, Dr. Desimore?
No, I was, as a matter of fact, at this point, I was going to turn it over to Mrs. Letcher, who is going to go through the rest of our information, just bring us on home.
Okay, well, if I can just let Ms. Patrica and Ms. Giovanelli share their comments, please.
I'm just wondering, Dr. Desimores, whether we are considering means-based provision of transportation and charging for transportation to those families that can afford it, and the same for arts and athletics, and whether that's even permissible given our constitutional requirement for a uniform free system of, like I like to call it, a taxpayer funded, not a free system of education.
Okay. Yeah, so at this point, no, we had not discussed that as a group, but I will put that down on the list, and that could be something that we would follow up on.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Giovanelli?
So actually mine is for Dr. Atkins. So I've had a lot of people talk to me about, what it looks like to start school again, and everybody's wanting their students back at school. Shocker, right? So my daughter being one of them. But have we thought about accelerating the proximity plan? I think that would really affect the transportation budget immensely. And I think that maybe under the circumstances, we might have to start looking for that and budgeting and planning maybe to expedite that sooner than initially planned. And so that would be one of my hopes, that we could look into that more, and because I think school choice and the proximity plan is definitely one of our transportation issues, and as we all know. So I think that, I don't know what other board members think, but I was hoping maybe we could accelerate that and start looking into that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Atkins, did you have a response?
Well, I think that's a good thought. I mean, as I said earlier, I think proximity, if we were already there, we would have a much less of a burden to carry than we currently have. So that is certainly consideration. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then I just had, I know that when we're looking at a complicated situation and we look at reductions and the difference between department and school and transportation considerations, I didn't know if there had been any conversation or thought about and to help to offset some costs, any thought of administrative salary cuts as you see with the health system.
So consideration of all salaries, because we are so people driven, right? 70% of the budget in the general fund people. Any consideration with significant budget reduction is going to have to involve your personnel, whether that is the reduction of that personnel or alteration of the salary within all personnel groups, or within any one, some, or all personnel groups. So those are definitely considerations that we have to take into account and figure out, of course, through our collective bargaining process. And for those employee groups that are outside of the bargaining process, figuring out what our best options are related to solutions concerning salary.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, so did you want to bring in Ms. Letcher?
I do, and here she is.
Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. So I just want to talk to you guys a little bit about what we're doing now and what we're do moving forward, and again, what some other counties are doing, because we have had those conversations with other counties as well, trying to see what's happening. So right now, what we're looking at is shifting some of our general fund expenses into the capital, while our capital is going to take a hit as well. We're trying to, protect the people as much as we can. So we're trying to see what is practical to shift over to capital and make a capital expenditure. We're looking at limiting the current expenditures to try and, retain all of the money that we can to help us go into next year. We're delaying union negotiations that Talc and Spout want to wait until we have a better idea of what's happening. So we've delayed negotiations with anything that has to do with money. We sustain what we had proposed to do. Some things that we're looking at doing moving forward, and some possible things, is to reduce the amount of travel or professional development going into next year. That's an area we think that while professional development is really good for all of our employees to keep them up to date and informed, that might be something that we can do that, take a year off or so, and that might help, retain some jobs and some things like that. looking at our insurance to see if there's any flexibility within our insurance costs that we can, maybe gain some money from there. Reduce supply budgets, both at schools and departments, looking at that to see, what can we do? How much are the schools carrying over? What, can they sustain next year and still get the things they need to do? We need to look at our copiers and our printers. There's technology is wonderful, but it's a great big cost to the budget. Every time there's a copier or a printer on someone's desk, that's a cost. And so we're looking at that things. We're looking at all of the contracts that we have with outside people, looking to see if we can renegotiate these. And as I'm going through these, I also want to point out this was one that our Finance Advisory Committee recommended as well. I wanted to throw out so you could, we met with them in May and had some discussions, and they had some items, and I'll share those as I go with you. Looking at reductions in personnel, and I think that that was some of the discussions that Dr. Desmore was having with you as well. Currently, our departments, the chiefs are meeting with their departments. They're going through, they're looking at what things can we not do, what things can we postpone till we're in a better situation, what reductions can we make at this point. So we're still working through all of that. Some other counties that we've contacted and we've talked to, some of them have already imposed a hiring freeze. They're cutting their departments 10%. They're going across the board and cutting 10%. Some of them are doing like we have done before, where they're taking any instructional staff that's not in the classroom, putting them back into the classroom so that they don't have to hire new teachers. They're reducing their custodians. They're reconfiguring their technology specialists from one for every school to two schools to every technology specialist. The one county, St. John's, is reducing their middle schools from a 7-period day to a 6-period day and giving their teachers $1,000 supplement for planning instead of making it part of their regular day. They do it after hours and give them $1,000 supplement. So that's what some of the other counties are doing around us. When we talked to the Finance Advisory Committee, they also recommended, one of the recommendations was to charge for athletics, that they thought that this might be a time that we should look at doing that. So just throwing that out there. We're looking at prioritizing, and Daryl, you can go to the next slide, please. We'd like to prioritize how we do our reductions. So we're looking at first, what reductions logically follow the plans that we're proposing to go back to school in. So those were the plans that were discussed, whether it's go full-fledged back to school, whether we do a hybrid model, what we do. So our reductions will need to follow those plans to make sure we stay aligned. We're looking at first, what are other services and goods that we're doing that have very little impact on students, because we, at all costs, we want to try and give the best education, or we do want to give the best education to our students with as little effect to them as we can. Reduce personnel cost that has the less effect on students. And then, the final thing would be any direct impact on students would be the last thing that we would want to look at. When we're going through this, and Daryl, you can go to the next slide. So we're working right now with the division heads. We're moving through that process, trying to figure out, what's the best way to do it. We're trying to identify that return to school model. What is that going to look like? At the end of June, we'll be bringing to you a proposed preliminary budget, which is required by statute. So we will be presenting a preliminary budget to you. It will have information, but there again will be a lot of things that, we're thinking everything will change once we have more information at that point. We will have a tentative budget come to you for approval on July 28th, and then the final budget on September 8th. The next slide, please, Daryl. So in the last meeting, Mrs. Morgan asked that we be a little bit more proactive with the legislative priorities. Instead of waiting for things to happen to us, what are some things that we can take to the legislators to make some recommendations? So we've been, I brought this to the Finance Advisory Committee, and one of the things that they had mentioned as well that we had already been discussing was lifting sales tax exemptions or charging for online sales. Florida doesn't currently charge for online sales, And so that is another way that the state of Florida could get some more sales tax dollars is by charging sales tax on those online sales. By not reducing our required local effort when our tax roll goes up, allow the required local effort to rise as well. That does put a little bit of dependency on our taxpayers, local taxpayers, but it helps with some of the loss statewide that we're going to be feeling. And then the relaxation of certain statutory requirements. As it stands right now, the state requires that we advertise our budget. We have to take out a full page ad in the paper, which costs us about $4,000 to $5,000 a year to advertise in the paper. Currently, the paper, not a lot of people still look at the paper. So we would like to see some kind of relaxation on that. It's not a lot of money, but it is a savings for us. And if we could advertise on our webpage instead, make it, out there where everybody could see it, I think that would be helping, any little bit would help us. Allow a temporary millage transfer from capital to operating. The state, as you recall, we've had these discussions. The state did do that one other time before, and they allowed us to move money, a millage, percentage of the millage from capital into operating to help. The other thing that we were talking about is this year, the Family Empowerment Scholarship Program started, and this next year they're proposing to increase the number of students in that. What we would be requesting is that they maybe look at taking a little bit of a setback on that. Maybe not do it this year, maybe look for future years, kind of keep the money in the traditional schools and the charter school setting and put off the additional students for those scholarship programs to help retain some of that money needed for students in the traditional and charter school settings. So one of the things, that the Finance Advisory Committee also we talked about in there, and Ms. Patrica pointed that out, was the growth. We'd like them to consider the growth that could be occurring. We have had a lot of people that have said they're moving to Florida, they're getting out of New York, getting out of New Jersey, coming to Florida. That will put an impact, a larger impact on us if we have a lot more students come in than we had expected. And we have to fund that because the state caps it when you grow. And then the last thing that we would like them to consider is transportation and the current way that they allocate for transportation. So transportation currently is funded based on your ridership and the number of miles and things like that. And we know next year that's going to change, and that will have a drastic effect on our funding for transportation. If we don't have as many kids on the bus, we have to do, double the routes, and it's a snapshot in time. They take a week in October and a week in February, and they take a picture of the students that are on the bus, and that's what you're funded. So we would ask that they look at that, the way that they fund for transportation next year, and maybe make some changes based on the changes they know are going to be taking place. So those are some items that we had talked about for legislative priorities, and I did speak with Ashley and Carol this morning and had some conversations with them around that. Some of these items have been in discussion already. And so I think that if we have a little bit more conversation with them, it might help move them forward as well. So the last one is for future considerations. And I think some of these we've already talked about. Personal protective equipment, what we will be providing to students and to staff who we will be providing it to. What are our cleaning protocols, and what will that cost us to do that? The FTE effect, and what impact will distance learning have, and the requirements for that on the budget. So that is what we have right now for this presentation. So unless you have any other questions.
This time, Ms. Letcher, I have two hands up. The first one is Ms. Patrica.
So I wonder, Ms. Letcher, what is our required FRS contribution for next year?
The FRS is, I think, at 10% next year. It went from 8.5, so it's additional $7.2 million to the general fund. So if they could reduce that back to the current year, or at least not as great, that would be a really good help for, I know all the districts.
So I ask because I wonder if that should be a legislative priority. And then the other one, I wonder, you asked if we had other legislative priorities. I wonder whether we, and you would have to do the analysis on this to see if it's even worthwhile, but I'm thinking it would be. I don't know if this is a federal issue. I think it's a federal issue as opposed to a state one, but having the CARES Act dollars follow Title I students, I think would put more money into our fund because the last time I looked at these numbers, 86% of traditional public school students in Lee County qualify for free or reduced lunch, whereas it was around 56% for charter schools. So that's a significant difference, and I would think that that would be a lot more money that we could hold on to. So I wonder whether that's something that we should prioritize in terms of legislative priorities as well.
Okay.
Is that it, Ms. Patrica? Okay, next we have Ms. Vaughn.
Okay, I wanted to comment on a couple things that I've heard over this past conversation. Two things, one was charge for athletics, another means-based transportation. Those are two things that I hope we never, ever have on our list. That is so discriminatory toward the many students we have in this district that do not have the money to do this. It would destroy any kind of equity that we have in this district. So I hope we never even talk about those things again. A little bit in the same vein as a legislative ask, so to speak, the sales tax exemptions. You know, I'm kind of on the fence about online sales, but we have the tax holiday for back to school. And assuming the kids are actually going to be in school, the kids are going to, even if they weren't, they're going to need, growing kids need new wardrobes. And that sales tax holiday, I wouldn't want to see that reduced either. So that would not be something, a consideration that I would ever put on my personal list. And the other thing is, I thought probably a couple months ago that Chair Fisher was asking for our own ideas as board members to reduce costs in the board office. And I did send those in to Susan, and they've never been put out there, nor have we ever talked about it. So I hope as we talk about cost reductions, because I put a lot of things out there, that we as a board model what it's like to cut costs. And assuming we start going back to real face-to-face dinners and galas and breakfasts and all of that, we don't need to be having all 7 of us go. That's we can discuss that later, but I would like to ask that we as board members, and put it on an upcoming workshop, that we all send in our suggestions on what we can do to significantly reduce costs. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Okay, Mrs. Morgan.
Okay, so number 1, revenue opportunities, lifting sales tax or charging sales tax. Well, I'm opposed to lifting the sales tax exemption, but charging sales tax for online sales, that requires a huge look into whether it will divert sales back to local, whether it will reduce sales tax altogether. I think that is something that requires an economist's eye. I don't think that's something I would feel comfortable advocating for at this point. Required local effort. We know that Senator Pasadomo believes that, or at least before this spring happened, she believed that the required local effort, the rollback, was misunderstood. and that it really should not be perceived as a tax increase. And I really felt like she is ready as an incoming Senate president to take that on as one of her items. With respect, and I would be happy to work on that. With respect to relaxation of statutory requirements and allowing millage transfer, we know from the past that any time you let them take something away, it never comes back. So I am very uncomfortable with that. Scholarship programs, absolutely. I mean, the scholarships that are being offered to families, I believe the family income grows every year. It really should be capped at some point. And there has been conversation about capping that program, and I think that's worth exploring. And I think with respect to the board office, absolutely, we have to cut costs. We have to show that the cost cutting starts at the top. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And then Ms. Patrica.
So Ms. Vaughn, I think you may have misunderstood what I said about athletics and transportation. If you all recall, Attorney Dupree Bruno sent us out that cartoon that showed the difference between equality and equity. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about having the school district fund athletics, arts, and transportation for those who can't afford to do it. As opposed to providing it equally across the district to everybody, we provide it in an equitable manner. That's what I meant by means tested. Who has the means to provide their own transportation? Who has the means to pay for their own athletics versus those who do not? And continuing to make sure we pay it for those who cannot. And my suspicion is that this is a very small portion of our budget, but I don't know, and that's why I asked the question. Is that more clear, I hope?
Ms. Letcher, do you have any comment to that?
No, I understand what she's saying on that. So the athletics, yeah. So we'll look into what that would look like.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next hand up is Ms. Gittens and then Ms. Giovanelli. Oh, Ms. Gittens has taken her hand down. Ms. Giovanelli, you're on.
Oh, I was going to just add too, I don't believe in increasing any kind of taxes, especially we're not sure about the economy in this present climate. So I'm really concerned over that. So I would not support any raising of taxes. And I am curious about the 6-period day from the 7-period day that St. John's is doing, and what best practices maybe some other districts are doing. So more information on that would be important. One of the notes that I had was about the equity. So I didn't understand what Ms. Patrica was stating about. I didn't think it was equitable to charge for athletics for students and that sort of thing. But one of back to our budget at the board members' budgets, I even think that we should probably have an individual budget, like instead of I know we already have a budget in our department per se, but like for activities that we attend, maybe it should be a $500 cap. And once we exhausted our own, we've gone to these luncheons or whatever, and we've spent that, then we've gone. So, and I know, because otherwise, if you're saying, well, it's hard to say, well, you can't go to this one and you can't go to that. But once we've attended and it's spent our $500 budget, and I'm just throwing a number out there, that would, we've made our choices and we've exhausted that for the year. That's what I was thinking. So something to that effect. And I think we're going to save money by not going to the FSBA this June. So I think there's definitely a savings there this year due to COVID. So, I mean, we just need to look at all opportunities, but yes, absolutely. It starts at the top, and I'm ready to do that today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Gittens?
Yes, I will. I don't recall seeing the request for us to turn in the cost savings, but I do have some things, and one of the things that was discussed was an office manager and that type of thing. And I was told that there wasn't a cost for it, but I'd like to discuss that. And I've heard a lot of people mention today about how proximity is going to provide us savings, and yes, I'm sure it will on transportation and financially dollar-wise. My concern, and I've brought this up before, is proximity, which has been stated, the superintendent said in his message that it is neighborhood schools. And where we will have equity, I guess, in saving dollars, will we have equity in academics if we go completely to neighborhood schools? And I still think we would have to put the same programs in each zone in order to make that work. Otherwise, it's not going to be equitable. And I'm jury is out with me as to how we can make proximity equitable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to take an opportunity to mention that we did submit our ideas from the board office for reduction in budget. And I know it's been submitted by Mrs. Johnson, and I don't think that we have heard yet a final budget. So we might have an opportunity to add some more suggestions. And then one of the conversations I think we had, which I don't know went any further, was do we need to continue with the consortium, or is what we get out of the consortium a replication or a duplication of what we get from FSBA? So there are some ideas that we can discuss yet, and I'll ask for Mrs. Johnson to see when we can expect feedback regarding our suggestions, because our budget is not final yet. Okay, and then Ms. Vaughn.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I thought, didn't we have that? I'm wondering how many people submitted, but hopefully it's still there, Ms. Johnson, I guess, that list. And anyway, thank you, Chair Fisher, for that, and hopefully do it ASAP.
All right, thank you. And then I see. Do I hear somebody talking? Ms. Johnson?
I'm sorry, it's Susan Johnson. Ms. Vaughn, are you talking about the list that you submitted?
I can barely hear. The list, what?
Are you talking about the list that you submitted?
Yes.
Yes, I forwarded that to Ms. Fisher.
Yes, so, right.
Oh, you do have it.
Yes, yes, we have it, and it's been submitted. I believe Ms. Stillwell still has it. So we'll get on that and get an answer back. Okay, Ms. Gittens.
Yes, I don't know how I missed it, but I did not submit any. If I'm able to still do that, I would like to.
Please do. Please send them to Mrs. Johnson.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now, Ms. Letcher, anything? Oh, I see one more hand.
Sorry, I thought we were done with finance, and I was gonna beg my colleagues for a 5-minute break before we move on to the next.
And that was gonna be my next thing as soon as Ms. Letcher finishes, and I think we're all in agreement. So, Ms. Letcher, do you have any further?
Nope, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. It was a great presentation and very apt for the questions that we had. And I think it was so easy to understand. So we appreciate that. And now at this time, it is 4:11, and we'll take a 7-minute break and be back at 4:18.
Hey, Mary.
Yes?
Before you go, I have a 4:30 appointment, and I may be able, because we're supposed to end at 4.
I understand that, and we still have another.
And so I'm gonna have to go. However, I may be able to, call in before this, because I really had some things for this next portion, but I have to make this appointment, at 4:30, and I have to go.
Yes.
So I'll try to call in, and so, Daryl, it would just be the number that was published with the email, if I
Yes.
can call in while I'm out.
Yes, Ms. Bourne, and so didn't you send some questions regarding the next presentation?
I did, and of course I can always watch this after the fact, but I will. I can't promise that I'll be able to call in. It just depends on the.
Okay, we'll try to make sure that your questions get put forward. All right?
Okay. Thank
Yes.
you, appreciate it.
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
I actually have a 4:30 appointment, and actually then at 5 o'clock, another meeting. So I can see that this other meeting, this other is gonna, and I didn't send in my questions. I have mine all written down, so I will have to leave in the middle of that. I mean, I didn't realize it's already 4 o'clock, so.
Yeah, and I apologize for that, but we did run over with our agenda review.
Yeah, so, yeah.
All right, maybe if you want to transfer your questions to Miss Bruno. And,
okay.
Okay.
Well, all right. Well, I do got to take a break, so.
Yes. Okay.
I'll just try to get my questions out.
Okay.
But, I mean, even the whole PowerPoint's going to be long.
Okay. Okay.
All right. I can see that. So, all right. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So there was a little bit of discussion regarding moving forward. Can you hear me, Dr. Savage? Okay, all right, so we're going to move forward with the presentation, and for our board members who had conflicting appointments, since we're running over, we'll ask them to watch the presentation and then submit questions to Dr. Savage, Ms. Ebaugh, and Dominic within the next day, and then they can have their responses. But we feel it's imperative to move forward in the interest of keeping things on target. So at this time, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Atkins if you want to introduce the team.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. We'll just jump right to it. Dr. Savage and Ms. Ebaugh, you were provided with, I think, a pretty in-depth paper, and I know, I think board members have been great about taking the time to review that, so they'll keep the presentation short to allow for board questions. So, Dr. Savage.
Well, Dr. Atkins, you just stole my thunder. That's it. This will be one of the shortest presentations in terms of my speaking part that you'll ever hear. So we want to try to keep this entire presentation under 5 minutes so that we can reserve the majority of the time to just field questions, and we'll provide in-depth answers to anything you want to put in writing beyond today's presentation as well. We're happy to do it. We just want to move forward with our process. That said, without further ado, I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Ebaugh and Dominic Gemelli, if we could start the PowerPoint.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, Dr. Atkins, and council. This presentation outlines the Estero area development options as a follow-up to the memo that you received. The first slide shows the overview of the presentation, which we will discuss background considerations and development options. 2 key items that weigh into our need for capacity are: 1, current school utilization rates, which are illustrated on slide 3, and residential development illustrated on slide 4. First, on slide 3, you can see the current school locations and the projected school year 2021 enrollment highlighted. The 6 schools broken down into elementary and middle schools have an average utilization of in excess of 106% and 108% respectively. On slide 4, we illustrate the location of planned residential development. To the right of the slide, we have the approved units for the 3 largest developments and our projected student generation. Over 1,400 students across the 3 school levels, with over 1,000 in elementary and middle school. Before Ms. Ebaugh takes you through the next slides, I want to mention planning staff took a very comprehensive look at the South Subzone 2 area regarding planning considerations to bring these options to you today. Ms. Ebaugh?
Good afternoon, Dr. Atkins and the board. So we had 4 options that we evaluated. The first option is to construct on Three Oaks Parkway. This was a property that we bought almost a number of years ago in the intent to build a joint use elementary and middle school site on it. And as you can see, there are some development considerations regarding wetlands and getting a future land use amendment and a site access off of Three Oaks property. But there are a lot of strengths, the most critical being that the village has given their vote of confidence to working with us to construct this site. The second option would be to construct on the Block Lane property that is adjacent to Estero High School. This has a number of development considerations. We have both a land use and a zoning change that would have to happen here, as well as this was not the preferred site that the village council discussed at their meeting in April. The third option is to add permanent additional capacity to our campuses in this area. This is a major challenge for us because these schools were not built for this additional capacity on a permanent basis. While we can add temporary portables to it, there's a number of development considerations we would have to evaluate where the sites that could hold this additional capacity, where these areas would be able to compensate for the students. And in the case of the Bonita Springs, it's well out of the area of where we're looking to add, or where the students are coming from. So they'd have a much longer commute, which we're trying to address through proximity. And then the final option that we looked at was we evaluated whether or not there was another site that we could purchase that had the zoning and the land use that we would need so we could readily move forward with the development of the school, and we were able to find no such property in the vicinity of the area we are looking at. So in the end, our recommended, our recommended action is to proceed with the construction of the middle school and elementary school on the Three Oaks Parkway, given that this is the option that the Village of Estero has supported publicly. And at that, I'll answer any questions. So Dominic and Ken and I are available for questions.
Okay,
Ms. Fisher, you're muted.
Okay. Okay, I'm just going to ask for you to expand a little bit on the advantage of us moving forward on the Three Oaks Parkway with the support of the Estero Village. Because I understood, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I just understood from a previous conversation with Dr. Savage that when all was said and done, that really was the best way to go. And I don't know if there are any like particulars about what that advantage would be, having that support from them.
So the support is critical from the village, and that they have publicly stated their support for that site is what really drives us to that site. The support is important because either property needs some land use changes. In the case of the Three Oaks property, it needs a future land use change. In the case of the Block Lane property, it needs both a land use and a zoning change. And because it is in the purview of the local jurisdiction, in this case, the Village of Estero, to regulate land use through zoning and through future land use comprehensive plan, then that is their purview to determine whether or not they would allow for the development of the property. In both of those cases, we don't have public facility permission to move forward with the development of schools, and therefore it is critical that we are able to work with the village to get the land use changes that we need to have in order to proceed with the development. That provision is provided by Florida statute, both in the Community Planning Act, which is Chapter 1013, and the School Facility Act. So in both of those sections of Florida statute, you are looking at the need for us to work with our local jurisdictions and our partners for them to approve our changes in our development of the schools.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I really just wanted to have that once again on the record. Ms. Gittens.
Yes, I have quite a few questions. Don't know if you want me to do them individually or all at once, but one is when you look at the map of the schools that are in the area, it's pretty dense with schools for that area. And why was the new charter school Athenian, I believe it is opening as well in the fall, and they are not listed on there. And I don't know, plus there's another school, I think it's, what was it, Discovery Day or something that is closing, and that property is available. You know, when I think about building, when we've got potential property that we can use, that there are so many schools in that area. And when I looked at I went on the county growth maps, and basically you're basing the idea of building that school at Three Oaks on future, like you said, on future use. And when I compare that to the East Zone, and I know we're building schools out here, but we had to go through quite a period of time where we did have portables and we did use them. And then finally, okay, we've got enough, we can now build a school. And you're saying though, in this situation, and no offense to the city of Estero, you know, I'm not against them in any way. I'm just looking at the equity of it, that there are a lot of schools in the area already, and to look at, I don't know, the cost differential is one. I would really like to know. So first of all, why Athenian School was not on the map, the cost differential between using the Block Road and doing Three Oaks. And, you know, you have mentioned that the village has a lot of support. Well, when I looked at the MOU for the village with the MOU with the district, and the amount of money that I saw, because it was raised and the money was kept at the foundation. And when I looked at the budget the last time, I don't know if it's increased, but the last budget I saw, they had raised, I believe last year or something like $30,000, and 12,000 of it was already spent. So my question, you know, what is their support? What is our support? What percentage in that cost differential from one place to the other will be on the district? Also, the annual maintenance cost. I mean, how much is it going to be for groundskeeping and landscaping and also security? And especially when Ms. Patrica had mentioned in the meeting that she went to that there was an issue with ingress and egress. And I mean, it's out there, so I don't understand that. I don't know if you want to answer some of this and then I'll finish with the rest.
So the first, we only looked at the public schools, and when you looked at the public schools, the demand is not for future growth. It is, we showed the future growth so that everyone could understand that the area is continuing to grow. But I think, as you know, when it comes to planning and constructing new schools, you cannot do so until you are at or you are over capacity. Schools are not something that you can plan for the future. It has to already be there. So both at the elementary and at the middle school, we are over 100% capacity in our existing campuses. So the demand is there today. What we were showing with the growth pattern is that the growth will only continue, so the demand will only continue in that region. The cost differential, when I talked about support, I was not talking about financial support, because we don't expect the village of Estero to help financially pay for our campuses. That is our responsibility. When I spoke of when I talk about support, I'm talking about the support that we need from them to make the land use changes and to approve a development order for the construction of the facilities. We have spoken, I think this might be what you're referring to, we have spoken with the village that there may be some additional things that they would like us to consider, and if we do anything that goes, so the state, as you may be aware, the state has a cost per student station that is the maximum we can pay for a campus. So the easiest way to determine what the maximum you can pay for a school is you take your cost per student station, you multiply it times the number of student stations, and that tells you what the maximum you can pay for a school using state funds. Anything above and beyond is something that would have to be borne at the local level, and the village of Estero has said that if there were things that they specifically requested because of their design code or their landscaping code, that they would recognize the need to contribute those sources. So when I talk about support of the campus, I am not talking about a financial support. We are going and assuming that we are building prototype elementary and middle school campuses as we would in any other location, and that those will be the costs of the district as any construction of any campus in any location would be.
But when in the last workshop, Dr. Savage mentioned several times that the growth in student population was slow. I mean, that's what he said. So I don't understand when we've got in other areas of the county, students, on top of each other. And in this one, we don't have that if the growth is slow. And especially in this time, we just finished with the budget talking about what we can cut. I mean, how necessary is it to have two schools in an area that there are that many schools in that close proximity?
Again, Ms. Gibbons, when we plan for these campuses, we do them based on our projections that we receive from the state and where we are currently. And both at the elementary and at the middle school level, we are over 100% capacity. So the demand for the schools is there today. And yes, the growth of those communities is not as fast as it is in other areas, but it is still happening. And it is, and we have the demand for those campuses today. We're not projecting it out. The state doesn't allow us to do that. The state doesn't allow us to build a campus that we would need in 5 years. The state requires that for us to build a campus, we must show the demand exists today. The state requires that we open a campus full. That's why they do it that way. It's not like a park or a road or something where you can build it based on future growth. You have to build it on current demands.
And I understand that, but I guess looking at current situations, why then you mentioned like adding on, and you said that's not optimal. There's also the possibility of adding portables to those schools. I mean, there are some schools down there that have portables, but they're not they're used for things like preschool and early childhood and things like that. So anyway, I just feel like, why not have the portables that are necessary if the growth is slow and it's only this much over the percentage. Anyway, I will go on to the other. The other thing is the transportation. We just, with a partnership with the county, put in a turn lane on 3 Oaks because the traffic, it's one of the worst traffic thoroughfares in the county. And to think about, we're going to add another 2 schools in that same location. Has there been a traffic study, and has that been approved? Because that is an issue. And the city of Estero has also already paid for the turn lane for Block Lane. So that goes back to when I was talking about the cost differential. Go ahead.
So we recognize that access off of 3 Oaks is going to be one of our considerations that we will have to address. We included that in our memo. But the benefit we have is that this site is a very large site for us. So, and we have already had discussions between our design team and the Village of Estero about how to pull the traffic off of the major roadway and do our stacking on site. It's a lesson that we have learned from other campuses that the better we can stack on site, the better it is for everyone. So we are not looking to have our traffic spill out onto 3 Oaks Parkway, and we have already started the discussions as part of our design work on how to ensure that we can increase our capacity on our property, which, given the size of that site, our architect team is very confident can happen.
And my last thing is, when you were deciding where to put the school, with the due diligence, why weren't both properties looked at and all of this done before? Anyway, that's my final comment for now. Thank you.
Ms. Ebodd, do you have an answer?
I do. I mean,
okay.
Staff always considered the 3 Oaks property as a part of elementary and middle school. I mean, again, as I think somebody mentioned, the original purchase of that property had that in mind.
Yeah, to clarify, the site selection, that's a vetting process before you even do that, both properties pass the site selection process. There's a board policy on that. So they both pass that to confirm that as well.
And thank you very much, Dr. Atkins and Dr. Savage. Okay, I have two more hands I'd like to entertain, and then we have good in the order, and hopefully we can wrap up by 5 o'clock. We're already almost an hour over, and I know people have other plans. So at this point, Ms. Giovanelli and then Ms. Patrica.
Okay, well, I actually have a couple questions, but so I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to go back to what Dr. Atkins just said at the moment. Then why did we buy, then why did we list the property at Three Oaks for sale in 2017? If that was always being looked at as a school, then why did we list it to sell it? I don't understand that. That right there kind of baffles me. So I can let you answer that, but I do have more list of things to say and ask.
So the reason that we had it listed for sale is that we, working with the village, had purchased the block lane property, but there were things that were outside of our control that made the block lane property difficult for the village. They were intending to purchase some additional property in the vicinity that which would add to their recreational facilities. They were unable to secure those properties. And that meant for us that we would have to utilize some of the athletic facilities at the Estero High School for the construction of the elementary and middle school campuses. Working with the village, who was part of our design team, which we had agreed to include them as part of our design team, the more they looked at the preliminary drawings and the more they looked at how much space would have to be taken from Estero High School's athletic facilities in order to construct the elementary and middle school campuses, they just could never get comfortable with that configuration. And there was a meeting that was held in March, but at that meeting at that time, there was no discussion of the Three Oaks property. We were trying to figure out how could we make the block lane property work. And to the best of our ability, we just never could. The village walked away from that meeting, just not feeling that they could get comfortable with the construction of that property on that site. And that's when we started relooking at the Three Oaks property as a potential, because we wouldn't have to utilize the site that Estero High School had. So it had nothing to do with us. It wasn't, we did our due diligence. We continued to work. We continued to try to help the village of Estero get comfortable with the design, but they just could not. And because the village of Estero has the authority to deny or approve land use changes, their support of this project, and I mean their support as in their vote for a land use change, a zoning change, and an approval of a development order is critical to us constructing those campuses. We cannot do it without their approvals. And because they could not get comfortable with the amount of land that we would have to use from the Estero High School, they told us they would not be able to support that location. And again, the reason that we would have to do what we did is that they were trying to acquire two pieces of property in that area that they were in the end unable to acquire.
So the other part of that, I think, is that, there's been an evolution in terms of where that building was going to be. When we felt that they were in support of a academic village on the Estero site, that was the direction we were pursuing, and there was, it was made known to us that there was interest in that Three Oaks property being put on the market, sold to a buyer that could return revenue back to the village. So if you go back and look at their concept drawings that go back to 2018, those concept drawings done by the village focus on, again, the block lane and adjacent sites in and around the Estero High School. So we did have the recent development, and in the meantime, Some of the attempts to sell that piece of property in Three Oaks fell through because of the way it could be utilized. For a developer to get a return on their investment, they have to have a utilization at a certain rate, and they were not able to get that utilization approved. So we were not able to sell that at a price that we wanted to anyway. And another consideration regarding sales is there was direction for us to look at our inventory of land, with an eye on selling some of our surplus inventory. That particular site was one of the few that we could actually sell, probably at a purchase price that we had bought it previously, because other properties that the district purchased back in the mid-2000s were substantially above current market values and when those purchases were made, so we would have had to take a loss. So, I think it's been an evolution of positions by the entities involved that have brought us to this recommendation that we have in front of you today. And I think a lot of that is discussed in that paper.
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Atkins. Okay, Ms. Patrica.
Oh, no, I'm not finished. I know, that was just one question. I have a lot, I'm sorry.
So Ms. Giovanelli, I just want to remind you that it is 4:49. We are almost an hour over and we still have good of the order.
Okay, so then I would recommend that we have this conversation tomorrow then. And we can finish this up tomorrow. Because we don't have Mrs. Vaughn here. And right. I actually have a lot of questions. And that was just that one just popped up from what Dr. Atkins said. That doesn't even allow me to even ask any of my questions that I have. And I have quite a bit.
Okay, then I'm going to ask Ms. Bruno for some input.
Thank you, Chair Fisher. Pursuant to Robert's rules, every member has an opportunity to ask questions and to make comments and participate in the discussion. I am concerned that we do have one board member who indicated that she does have questions. And I know we have another board member who's in the middle of asking her question. So, Madam Chair, I would recommend that we table this discussion and bring it forth to another workshop. I don't know if it can be before the 23rd or if that's, if we're able to do that, but I do recommend that we table this discussion to ensure that all board members have their opportunity to be heard.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, then our attorney has suggested that we bring this discussion forward to our next workshop. We do have a few minutes for good of the order. And
before we put it off to the next workshop, I think time is of the essence on this. I believe that staff really needs to get moving on this. So could we schedule a workshop for this purpose as opposed to waiting until our next workshop?
Yes, and then we'll need the adequate time, of course, to advertise. So, Ms. Johnson, do you have some input on that?
Or Ms. Schaefer?
Or Ms. Schaefer? Yeah. Ms. Schaefer, are you here?
I am, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
It would just depend on what dates you need, what dates you are available. It would be 5 days prior to that. I would have to have it advertised or in for advertisement. So it would be at least 5 days out.
So, Madam Chair, may I recommend that Ms. Johnson work with the board members' calendars and present some possible dates to Ms. Schaefer so she can get, they can work on getting this rescheduled ASAP and have the appropriate notices done.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, is that okay with you? I can't hear you, Ms. Johnson. Are you muted?
Yes, ma'am. I will take care of it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, just one more thing for the record too. When we do have this workshop, I want to continue on with the way that we've been presenting, and I know that Ms. Gittens has had her first round. Ms. Giovanelli was in the middle of her first round. so that we can start there.
Okay, I appreciate that. And Ms. Patrica?
You want me to do good of the order?
Not yet. I'll just make sure that either Dr. Savage, Ms. Eba, or Dominic do not have other comments.
No, we just appreciate you looking to expedite this decision. In order for us to open this campus at our schedule, we do need to move forward with the design as quickly as possible.
Okay, so do we have a date certain that we cannot pass?
The sooner the better. We need, our goal is to have a comprehensive plan amendment hearing by September, October, which, as you realize, is sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Okay, all right. So Ms. Johnson and Ms. Schaefer will work with the board members on their calendars and schedule this for ASAP. And then, Ms. Patrica, did you have something else? No.
The order.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Bruno.
And Madam Chair, I would recommend that because I've witnessed that we've had some meetings that are running over, if board members do have a hard stop, if they would please let the chair know and the parliamentarian know so that we are aware and we can try to facilitate the meeting to address that hard stop. In addition, when we're scheduling these meetings, please take that into consideration that board members are going to have questions. So if we need to add a little bit of time, we need to do that because it's imperative pursuant to Robert's rules that all board members have an opportunity to discuss and ask questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bruno. Okay, at this point, for good of the order, Ms. Patrica.
So the Estero Education Initiative is the first thing. If I may, through the chair, I understand that there are significant concerns for at least two board members with regard to this, Ms. Vaughn and Ms. Gittens. So could they have an opportunity to be heard before we discuss this as a board? Because I'm not sure what concerns to address until they've been heard thoroughly.
I think so, and I think that was what Ms. Bruno just suggested, that when we reconvene on this issue, that we start with, Ms. Gittens, Ms. Giovanelli, and then we'll put Ms. Vaughn on there because yes.
The initiative is a different issue.
I think that what Ms. Patrica is talking about is the liaison, if I'm correct, position with regards to the Village of Estero and the Memorandum of Understanding. I do suspect that this is going to take some time to discuss. And again, I do not want any board member not to be able to fully participate. So I don't know if Ms. Patrica has a deadline, but I would recommend that we add this to the agenda for the workshop that we will be discussing the Village of Estero, the two schools, as well as this issue with regards to the liaison.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Patrica, do you have anything else for good of the order?
I have two more things for good of the order, but Ms. Gittens has her hand up.
Ms. Gittens.
She can finish and then I'll do mine. Thank you.
Okay, so summer meetings for advisory committees. I believe, Dr. Adkins, that you sent this out in a board update or an email, or I forget how you told us about it, but I think that you requested that board advisory committees be permitted to meet through the summer. And it's my understanding that this is, even though it's been our tradition in the past that each committee decided on their own whether they wanted to meet through the summer, it's my understanding that this now requires board action. So is there any objection by anyone on the board to taking action at tomorrow night's meeting to allow our board advisory committees to meet through the summer?
Ms. Gittens.
Okay, my concern is that July 1st, we start our new positions, and I think if they meet during the summer, we should start our positions then as well, to follow through so we don't change everything. I have no qualms about the groups meeting during the summer. In fact, I think it's a very good idea, especially in light of all that we're going through and the task force and all of that. But I do think that July 1st, we should start our new positions.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens. Ms. Jordan.
Hi, thank you. I would just say or recommend that we make sure that we ask the advisory committees, because I know with EDAC, they were not actually scheduled for one for this past one, but we went to them to see, do you want to have a virtual committee meeting? And they agreed upon it. However, if they miss the meeting, that is as if they are missing a meeting. So that would go against their 3 misses. They could possibly lose their seat. So I just want you to understand all that as well.
Okay, and well, we'll take the other comments and then, so we are not in good of the order now. We're on this issue, okay, that Ms. Patrica brought up. So next I see Ms. Gittens' hand again.
Well, I think that if we change and do a summer meeting and offer that to our advisory boards, that it should not necessarily go against. I mean, this is something that's not on the books. So I don't see why, I mean, we can make the determination that if they decide to have a summer meeting, that it not count against them, but it would be better to get input from the group that can come as opposed to not get input from anyone. And once this is over, I also have something else I needed to discuss. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to go back to Ms. Bruno just for a minute, because did we not have this conversation before when that was recommended because of this emergency situation we've been in? And the District Advisory Committee did vote to meet through the summer. So I don't know about the status of the others, but Ms. Bruno, could you address that just briefly?
Yes, I think the reason that a vote is required is because you had a vote before that suspended meetings for March and April, and then gave permission to have meetings in May, but did not say anything about June, July, and August. And your policy specifically says that they meet from September through April. So my recommendation would be that a motion be made very specifically tomorrow that allows the advisory committees to meet throughout the summer with no penalty, and that as of July 1, whoever is the liaison for that committee be the person to continue to work with that committee. And I believe what Ms. Patrica was trying to do was to just get a consensus to see if the board would be supportive of a similar motion. I think that's what she was trying to do.
Right, because she asked for, are there any objections? And then hands went up. Okay, all right, so Ms. Patrica.
So Madam Chair, if I may, could we make this good cause tomorrow and have it added to the consent agenda so that we don't have to deal with motions and discussions and all of that tomorrow? I mean, this is pretty straightforward. I was going to tell Ms. Jordan that Finance Advisory has met through the summer for years, and they hold them as workshops instead of meetings. Therefore, attendance is not held against them, so to speak. But I like the clarification provided by Ms. Bruno. Attorney Dupree Bruno.
Yes.
And I do think that this is a policy that we need to look at on a long-term basis, and making sure that we clarify that summer meetings are permitted if a committee so desires, but that's not the issue today. The issue today is, and I believe, one more thing, I believe that Ms. Johnson and/or Ms. Reeder have reached out to every committee and asked if they wanted to meet during the summer. I believe that that's some of the work they've been going through. And if I could finally just ask Ms. Johnson whether this discussion will satisfy the needs of the work you need to perform in your office for the summer.
I believe so, Mrs. Patrica.
So are there any objections to what Attorney Dupree Bruno said in terms of having that added to tomorrow night's consent agenda as a good cause item? If there's an objection, could you raise your hand, please? Yay.
Okay, all
You
right.
want my next good you want my next good of the order? My next good of the order is high school graduation. So here's some confusion for me. We had this discussion, I think, as a board, and some of it behind the scenes with staff, that we would get, because we're not doing the traditional graduation calendar where every board member attends graduations to include our district-wide individuals. Ms. Morgan and Ms. Vaughn aren't doing the extra graduation, so to speak, the charter school graduations, that kind of thing, that each of us would get two, and unfortunately one of us only has one because we have 13 graduating classes for our traditionals. Each of us would get two virtual graduations. I made the assumption that that would also apply to the in-person graduations. Am I the only one that assumes that?
Okay, so.
I am the only one that assumes that? Okay.
So that's another discussion, I think, and I did check with Ms. Johnson and with Brian Mangan, and that was going to be something that I was going to bring up tomorrow for good of the order. So that would allow, when we do have our in-person graduations, that there would be, every board member would have an opportunity to participate as we did in the tapings for the virtual ceremonies. So I'll bring that up for good of the order tomorrow in the interest of time.
Well, we could add that to another good cause item, Madam Chair.
Okay.
If there's agreement. Is there an objection to what Madam Chair just said? To distribute in-person graduations the same way we distributed virtuals. Is there an objection?
Okay, so we don't see any objections, so we'll add that to our good cause. Okay, thank you.
I'm done, thank you.
Thank you, and so moving right on to Ms. Jordan, District 4.
No, thank you. I didn't have anything.
Nothing for good of the order?
Oh, no, ma'am, I do not. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Then District 5, Ms. Gittens.
Yes, we were told at I think 2 workshops ago, that our self-evaluation and our superintendent evaluation, as far as following the process through to the end, where we discuss what we need to move forward to do in the coming year, to align things to the strategic plan. And in the past, we've had like morning workshop or whatever to discuss that. You know, what did we do and evaluate this year and evaluate and plan for the following year. So I really would, it's said that it would be at our next meeting, our next workshop, in that I haven't seen it. So I will bring it tomorrow for good cause as well, that we need to schedule it and get that done. And to discuss how that's going to be done. If that is something that you are planning FSBA to facilitate, rather than us just doing it like we have done amongst ourselves, I will not be participating in that, and if I can explain later. But we do need to get those 2 things done. We need to have our evaluation completed and also the one for the superintendent. It kind of leads me into the next thing that
Ms. Gittens, may I interrupt you just for a minute? Would you please write that out and submit it to Ms. Johnson for your good cause item?
I will.
Okay.
The other thing is that we've had several things brought up today and always brought up that kind of fall between, that we say we're going to put on the next workshop or whatever. And I would like to suggest that in unfinished business, that we add things that are supposed to be moved on to the next time, so that it's there. It's not on somebody's list here and not on this list, that we just put it as a part of unfinished business. And I will bring that tomorrow as good cause as well. Ms. Patrica already mentioned about doing the workshop on the liaison to Estero, so that was my third thing, and thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I just could ask for a point of order, good cause is when the chair agrees to have something added to the consent agenda. And I believe, Ms. Gittens, that you've just asked for items to be added to the consent agenda that I don't understand. So I'm not clear on how we could move forward with those things.
I don't understand the confusion in us completing our self-evaluation and the superintendent's self-evaluation.
I think what she was referring to is that she's going to bring it up as part of the good of the order when she makes her comments. My recommendation, Madam Chair, is that I have also recognized that there are times when things are tabled in a workshop and not brought back up. So I don't know if there's a way that perhaps those things that are tabled in a workshop are brought up automatically in the next workshop agenda. That would be my recommendation, because I have noticed that has happened a couple of times.
And if you have some specifics that we did not bring forward, please let me know what they are so I can work with Ms. Johnson on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so now, Ms. Gittens, are you finished with your good of the order?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Morgan?
I have none. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have none, and so Ms. Giovanelli?
I have none. None.
Okay.
I have to go, so thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so Ms. Bruno.
I just want to clarify one thing. Earlier, we were talking about rulemaking, and comment was made about July, and I said, yes, I agree. I don't want to confuse the board, and I want to clarify. A lot of times statutes do take an effect in July, and we also have different reporting requirements and things like that that happen in July. However, it's the statute that will dictate when things must be done. So that's what I just wanted to be clear about that it's not necessarily July that is the deadline. It's more what is in the statute that will require us to take certain steps at certain times.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Atkins, any further comments?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, seeing no other business, I will adjourn this workshop. Everyone have a good evening and thank you.